Ivan Blorb Ivan Blorb Ivan Blsip Ivan Blorb Ivan Blorb.
Monday. Oh, we back. Oh, we back. That's right. What is up? Good to see you guys. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD for another spectacular week. Yep, that's the plan. 1 week until ArtCon. 2 weeks until GameCon. All the work to do, all the things coming to fruition. And it's also June apparently now, so that's oh, man, favorite time of the year. Let's go, dude. I was initially considering doing the Eldara walking challenge in June, you know, when I was thinking about this in April, but it seems like July is the time for the challenge, for, you know, conventions and everything, and everybody's like ready and whatnot. But man, I always feel really alive when June hits. You know, I've been doing my steps every day, I've been getting my workouts in, I've been back to losing weight. It's been good, man. I feel really good about everything. It's just a lot, you know, just a lot of things to do all at once. But artistically, I feel like I've been getting a ton of shit done, man. A ton of shit. Like, man, the amount of art that I've seen completed in the last 6 months is unfucking real. I did a little 6-month check-in with myself, little pre-June convention season, what the fuck's going on with EBA. And you know, I've had a pretty good year so far. I'm kind of chilling, right? I'm enjoying it. I'm having a really good year, I realized. I always do my like first of the month, whatever, kind of review of things and just see how things are going and what things I'm doing are right and what I need to prioritize for the next month. And I realized that June was going to be a big measuring point for me, because when I first started this whole like YouTube and everything else grind and making process videos and stuff, I had some goals, some little light goals that I would review on my half year point, you know, because I like the frame of like, you know, what's the right word for it? But like, you know, the frame of what do you call like New Year's resolutions and birthdays and like starting points. I like starting points for things, you know, and I know a lot of people are all upset about the idea of a New Year's resolution or of a, you know, birthday, like, you know, plan, or a 1 year whatever, or a month-long 30-day challenge or whatever. And I think there's a lot of power in them, and that's fine if you're not super down with that. If you're achieving peak performance on a Tuesday, you know, for no reason, then, you know, way to go, my man. You're killing it, I guess. But for me, I really do like to have an anchor point, maybe kind of I don't know. Also, thank you the 2 month or the tier 2 for 51 months, Balang. I appreciate that, bro. Also, Balang, did you get your little letter yet? Because everything I've sent out to Europe, people have gotten. Fucking man, could you imagine it? The luck of it, right? Who are you drawing for Pride Month? Who am I drawing for Pride Month? Is that? Oh, June. Wait. Okay? This might sound like a dumb question. Is June Pride Month in Canada? I know June's Pride Month, like, in America and shit, but for some reason, I remember, like, in October or something last year, one of my friends was like, hey, man, happy Pride Month. I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, man. I was like, isn't that in, like, May or June or some shit? And they're like, no, that's, like, an American thing. Here in, like, maybe our city or country or whatever, it's, like, we have, like, an October thing or some shit like that. I don't know. Is that a thing? I don't know. Happy Pride Month, Ashley. What's up, dude? Let me check. What do you mean let you check? You'd think you'd know if you got... Okay, all right. I'm getting fucking trolled over here. I'm getting trolled. But yeah, anyway, so I said at the beginning of the year that I was going to try and stream a lot more, and I was going to try and post and do everything. What's up, JVK? And I was going to try and do things, take things a lot more seriously this year. And I would see how it was going in June. I'd give myself 6 months to see exactly what I was doing and where I was going with things and how I was doing with all my projects and whatever. And yeah, man, it's been really, really good. It's been really good. It's been unbelievably difficult, but it's been incredibly rewarding to work so hard and to be pushing so hard for things. And I'm seeing projects come to fruition, and I'm seeing opportunities, and I'm seeing, you know, results and things, and it's been really good. And it's a reminder. I'm trying to remind myself that things are going in the right direction and working. You know, when I'm sitting there exhausted and tired and working late and, you know, underslept and over whatever and, you know, overwhelmed, and I try and remember that things are going the right direction. As I you know, pointed out the other day when Quincy was in chat, you know, I got that opportunity. I have an opportunity to do art for Quincy's book. You know, it's like, where did that opportunity come from? Had I been told that in December of last year, I honestly wouldn't have believed you. When I was sitting at about 400 followers on Instagram, that I'd have 15,000 on June 1st, I wouldn't have believed you. You know, if I had told you in December that I was working hard on things and, you know, able to stream 5 days a week in June, I wouldn't have believed you. So I've been working incredibly hard this year, and I really hope it pays off, and I really hope I can make you guys proud, because I know last year was very, very difficult. And I didn't stream as much last year, and I had a bunch of problems, you know, and I was taking care of Ella, and I was having medical issues and stuff. And I really wanted for today, well, not today, but yesterday, but June 1st, basically my half year check-in, I really wanted to say I gave it my everything this year. And thank you guys for sticking with me, because it's been a lot of work, and it's been a lot of effort, and I've been pushing really, really hard to get like a lot of things done, do my absolute best for a lot of things that I can be really proud of, and go to bed exhausted but satisfied with my effort every night. And, you know, this is like medical shit that I got slapped with. This is the debuff that I got slapped with in late April. I didn't expect that, but honestly, if I'm really thinking through and being true to myself and whatnot, and thinking about like, okay, well, what realistically, you know, basically last year, I think the shit that's happened to me in April and May this year, I think I would have fallen down a fucking hole. I think I would have missed a lot of streams. I think I would have taken a lot of time off. I think I would have chilled. I mean, not chilled, but stressed and whatnot. I think I would have let this like series of like unfortunate fucking when it rains it pours, like hospital visits and tests and shit. I think that would have completely knocked me off my game last year. And it didn't this year. It didn't. You know? And things are still good, man. So, they put me a little bit behind on a couple things, but regardless. Got the convention soon, got some big projects coming up for release, and then Eldara adventure shortly after. So yeah, man, June 1st, like, fucking check-in is monumentally successful, above my wildest hopes and dreams I could have imagined. And thank you for you guys who were supporting me and encouraging me. For those of you who I met this year who are part of that that ascent, thank you for joining me. And for those of you who have been here before, I appreciate it. Want to know? Wait, well, to know I have to look in my mailbox, right? Haven't done that today. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Quincy, what's up, dude? You were summoned. Quincy, what's going on, bro? How you doing? Good morning, my friend. What's good? Good to see you. You're gonna draw? Excellent, Fire Mouse. That's what I like to hear. Someone closing in on a year in EBA chat, which is wild. Is it wild? Is it? I don't know, man. Canada's a Pride Month from June to September, from what one friend mentioned. No clue if actually true or not. Yeah, I thought that I keep like I always hear, like, I don't pay attention all that much to you know, whatever events of the day. I'm usually pretty out of the loop on things. So last year someone was like, nah, bro, like June being Pride Month, that's an American thing. In Canada, we have, like, I don't know, September, October, whatever. And I was like, what, really? I don't remember that shit. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Who should I Ashley asked me who I'm going to draw for Pride Month. I don't know who should I draw for Pride Month. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really have a project in mind. Honestly, I didn't really think about it all that hard, I guess. What's up, Aya? Good to see you, dude. What's going on? How you been? If you don't change your profile pic and have a transparent rainbow over it, how will people know you're cool? Yeah, it's true. I could also do the thing that corporations do, where they change their profile picture to make people think they support a cause, and then, you know, do business in parts of the world that are completely antithetical to that message. Shit. Fuck. God damn it. Okay, Ashley, can you change my profile picture to have a rainbow over it, and then can you also see if I have clients that are willing to take on the Eldar project in Saudi? Oh shit, no, wait, wait, we're not running a blizzard, are we? Ah, damn it. Oh, damn it. Ah, shit. Draw one of the men from the swimsuit calendar. The swimsuit calendar isn't happening until July, unfortunately. Cass, that is a little whiles away. No one requested a man's from the swimsuit calendar. Everybody requested the pretty ladies. So someone has to request a man's for the swimsuit calendar for me to draw the man's. Good morning, Silesian. What's up, dude? Silesian, we're doing your castle today for a little warm-up sketch today before we get into it this morning. Busy cleaning and packing for my first Canada trip tomorrow. Oh shit, where are you going, Quincy? Wait, your first Canada trip. Wait, hold up. Wait, this is news now. Wait. This is a big deal. Okay, we did not know. Listen, the king just arrived a couple weeks ago in Canada. Okay, we just had the King of England and, well, the King of Canada, technically. Not technically, literally. We literally had the King of Canada visiting last week or the week before. I was not informed that we would have royalty visiting the week after. Holy shit. Do people know? Are we ready to receive Quincy? Holy shit, dude. Go to Vancouver for a fantasy ball. Oh, dude, that sounds awesome. Wait, I think I know that event. Wait, oh god, I'm so bad with creators' names. Well, I think I know a couple people that are going to that. It looked really cool, dude. Yeah, have you ever been to Vancouver before? Dude, you will love Vancouver. Vancouver is one of my favorite cities in the world by a mile. I'm on the other side of the mountains from Vancouver. But Vancouver is such a great city. You know, it's a lovely place to go. If you have some time to, like, walk around, Vancouver in the summer, like Vancouver in June, July is just incredible. It's beautiful. The food is amazing. It's got that deep connection to Asia. It's got some of the best, you know, food and culture. I think anywhere in North America, as far as like a Pacific, like kind of port city. Vancouver's amazing. Everywhere from Burnaby all the way down to like the Richmond Night Market to like North Van, and get on the ferry and go over to like Victoria or whatever. It's so cool. Vancouver, dude. Oh man, I'd kill to live in Vancouver. That's my goal right now. That's my goal. If I can get like well established enough as an artist that I can actually move Ella out to Vancouver, one, so she won't have headaches anymore, because where we live right now is the cause of Ella's migraines for the most part. Well, her terrible genetics are the cause of her migraines, but definitely the environment makes it worse. So I really want to move to Vancouver, one, to save Ella from her migraines, and two, just because Vancouver is a beautiful place. The main complaint about Vancouver is how expensive it is, right? That's the one thing, you know, is that the housing is just unreal. The second thing about Vancouver that people criticize is that it rains a lot. So during the winter, it doesn't snow really, it just rains. People are like, oh my God, I'm so tired of the rain. And you know what? I love the snow, but you know what the wonderful thing about Vancouver in the winter is? everything stays green. It's green and lush and beautiful the entire winter. And sure, it gets chilly and whatever, but it doesn't. It's not like this side of the mountains where everything just dies and is brown and dead. And then when it's snowing, it's beautiful. But then for the rest of the year, it's, and then like the couple months of summer is beautiful as well. And then the rest of the year is just dead and brown. So no, Vancouver is so great. Vancouver is amazing. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my God, Quincy, they're like downtown. So Vancouver, I'm going to be a bit snobby for a second here. Vancouver is the only place, and I've been around a little bit, but not, to be fair, I've never been to like New York. Vancouver is the only place that I think has two things, ramen and sushi, that are on par with actually, with being in Japan, with Tokyo. I can't eat sushi like anywhere. Even like people say LA has good sushi, or like anywhere up like a coast, whatever. It just doesn't hit. But Vancouver has insane Japanese food. It has a huge Cantonese population, so like Hong Kong signature dishes. Hong Kong food is unreal if you've ever tried Canto food. They have a super good selection of that. They also have where is Phnom Penh the capital of? Cambodian food. Oh my God, dude. Vancouver is just unreal. It's such a cool place. They've got really dope museums. Honestly, the Vancouver Aquarium in Stanley Park is one of my absolute favorite places to go there. I'm a sucker for aquariums and good parks, and a day at Stanley Park and the aquarium is a lovely day. It's just right beside downtown. Or like go to like the UBC campus, they have a really cool anthropology museum right next to a Japanese garden. Regardless, whatever you do in Vancouver, you're gonna have an amazing time. It's one of my favorite places in the world. So I hope you have the best time, man. I hope you get some chances to walk around and see the city a little bit too. So vacation in Vancouver once, the parks there were so beautiful. Yeah, for real. It's great. Just an FYI, I'm going to be running a seasonal Tekken tournament. I might need overlays, and if you're available, and only if you're available, I might shoot you a commission. It depending on when it is, Alf. If it's anytime before like mid-July, I have to I'm just closed on commissions, everything before July, like mid-July. If you're doing something late summer, then absolutely I'd love to help you out. But yeah, man, if it's before that, I'm just hard locked down on everything. So that's exciting though, dude. I will 100% watch that. I'm a big Tekken, like in the FGC community, Tekken's like my soul in there. Like I like Smash and I like Street Fighter and whatever, but Tekken is, dude, ever since Tekken 3, that has been my fighting game of choice. So I actually really, really love watching Tekken tournaments. Where I live, we don't get snow, so I don't have to deal with the nasty looking plants, but it's hot AF. Well, that's fair. Everywhere has its like charms and, it's good and bad parts of it or whatever. I think I would probably miss the snow if I lived in Vancouver a little bit. There's something nice about a beautiful white Christmas where, Christmas Eve, it's snowing and the sky is bright because of the ice reflecting it, and there's Christmas lights everywhere, and there's snowbanks, and the hoarfrost is on the trees and stuff. It is lovely living here when it's nice, but mid-February when everything's just brown and dead and cold, that sucks. So May I ask if you're the Quincy from the Relaxing Fantasy Tavern videos? If so, they're a warm delight to my heart whenever they pop up. Sabine, that is indeed Quincy's Tavern of Quincy's Tavern. That Quincy's Tavern, yes, you are. See, everyone knows Quincy, man. It's I aspire to be that kind of a positive influence one day. Holy man. But yes, I mean that is Quincy. I already commend Mini for the summer because I know how busy you are. I might be poking you autumn onwards. I'd be happy to do it, Alf. And Alf, I should be able to get my 5090 GPU soon, so I should be able to do your maps on stream late this summer. So there we go, man. There we go. Just FYI, running Night Rain later, so I might need a based WoW player to hang out with me to teach the game to. Oh, if you need me to complain about Night Rain as to why it doesn't use proper superior mechanics like World of Warcraft, I can do that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't mind. Just troll and stream for 3 hours.
Hello
there.
Yeah.
Hello, Senex. Hi, what's up?
Today,
yes.
Or are those your secret VTuber plans for the future?
My secret VTuber plans for the future? No, I don't have any secret VTuber plans for the future. They're all, unfortunately, out in the open. So yeah. All right, so we're gonna do a quick little warm-up sketch for excuse me, I have an Ella to answer to. Okay, sorry. Ella's doing a paper run for me this morning, so that I can actually get printing done for the convention, because I'm very nervous, man. I'm very nervous. Also, thank you, Senex, for the 100 bits. We're doing some lore stuff today, but yeah, I'm very nervous for the convention because this is gonna be my first like convention as an artist where I'm like kind of making a bit of a presence known for myself in the world. We'll see. I'm hopeful that people enjoy the Eldara stuff that I've been working on over the last couple of months and year and whatnot. If I do get dunked on at the convention again for not having any fan art, that's fine. I'll just make videos complaining about it. So you guys will know either way. But there's a couple little things I want to finish up for that. I made some new sticker designs, by the way. I did some new sticker designs for Eldara, for more travel stickers, so those will be available in my print store after the convention probably. But I don't know, man. I'm doing some stuff. I'm working. I'm getting my myself ready for con season, I guess. I'm really nervously anticipating this game con, because also I'm gonna meet a bunch of people that I've like really gotten to know over the last little while, you know, like Valiant Fox. I think Tank's gonna be there, and Dice Cream Sandwich is gonna be there, and I've done fan art for the game and stuff, so I'm gonna get to give them those prints. And it's a little weird to actually like kind of get a chance to, you know, Valiant Fox said we'll scheme a little meetup, a little get together. And I don't know, man, it's been really cool. It's like this is the first convention that I'm going to where I actually have like kind of some friends that I get to meet up with there, you know. So I'm nervous, I'm anxious, but I'm excited. So we'll see how it goes, man. But I will inevitably just get told to make free run fan art again, which is fine. You know, I'm not butthurt about it. Okay, I'm a little butthurt about it. I'm a little mad. I'm just a little mad that all people wanted from me was free run art. They didn't actually want my dumb, you know, original art. But I can't let them know that. Okay, I can't tell them that. You sell quick witch sketches. Customers need to throw a dart at the board to determine the scale of the hag to anime witch girl. That'd be a great idea, Sabine. It's like you can get a witch sketch, but you have to like randomly roll or like a dart. Or now a dart's more fun than dice, because you can kind of try and aim it in the quadrant you want. But yeah, and then you get a witch made off that scale. You know, mad why? It's a little frustrating. Danny, so basically, all right, let me tell the story. So all weekend, my first like ever kind of convention as an artist was Edmonton Fan Expo last fall. It was in September, and it was a very last minute thing. But Ella, I was going with Ella anyway because, you know, I go to Ella with Ella to these conventions. There we go, to help her out and to, you know, obviously she's going to a different city and stuff, and so. I'm gonna go with her and we're gonna chill and it's a whole weekend event and you know, it's conventions, right? So Ella was like, you know, Evan, you should really be at the convention as an artist. And I was like, nah, I mean, I don't really have anything that like people typically only want like fan art and things they know and like IP stuff, or once I have maybe my adventure out, maybe that'll be enough to, you know, merit me going to these conventions and stuff and hanging out. And she's like, yeah, I think you're like, I think you're underestimating like how well you would do at these conventions. And look, we're already paying for the hotels and everything, and we can get a discount on a second table. It's only like $400 for the second table. So why don't you just get a table and you'll have your table right beside me, and you'll put up some of your art and we'll see what people think. And I was like, okay, I mean, sure. That's like, what can I say? That's not a terrible idea. So I agreed. So it's very last minute. I got a bunch of art prints made. Well, I made art prints made. I made a bunch of extra prints of things for my own work. And I went off to the convention, and it was interesting. I had to get everything ready last minute, but we did manage to get the extra table, and it did kind of work out pretty well. We had a really good spot in Artist Alley, and you know, I got my shit together pretty quick. So while we're at the convention, I'll show you the kind of work that I brought with me. I'll show you the Instagram post if I can dive deep and far enough through all the nonsense reels that I post. If you scroll down here far enough, you will see the setup that I had, which was not a great setup, I'll admit. A lot of people like to adjust their glasses and turn their nose up at my setup, and like that's fine, but like also I had a week to prep, so I didn't have like the ability to do a bunch of stuff. So here's my setup. I had a bunch of art, and I had some stickers and some keychains and some magic items, and I had a little thing about Eldara right here. Oops. Right there. Where it had like a QR code for the Discord, and I talked about the project and whatnot, and the Horizon beta. And I had some character art. I knew people weren't going to really care about the character art or like whatever, because it's like, you know what I mean? And I even got this sign. I have a proper banner now, by the way. I have 2 banners made, but I actually got this made into a proper banner with some different art pieces. This was a piece of paper like mounted on foam core, which worked fine, but it's definitely had to get thrown out right after. So, and I had like some information about the Zeldara like album and some commission stuff and like that, but it wasn't really all that in depth, and that's fine. So through the convention, people would ask me, you know, oh, this is really cool. Is this from a game or whatever? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's my game that I make. It's my game world. And some people who were really interested in it were really interested in it. You know, people who like D&D and you know, original projects and stuff like that, they were really into it, which is really cool. To have people be like super excited, enthusiastic about what I'm doing. But most people kind of looked at it and they'd be like, oh, that's cool, like very cute, but they're not like interested in it. And I get it. You don't necessarily want to put up art in your house unless it's of something that you care about. And like general fantasy art is not that interesting for a lot of people, and especially general fantasy art that maybe isn't like if you're Lucas Gratiano or whatever and you're doing general fantasy art or Kekakotaki, like understandable, people will want to buy your art. But for me, I'm still a growing artist, and like, you know, I didn't have any like massive huge paintings there, just like a couple. So there wasn't a huge selection for people. And so people would ask me questions like, hey, do you have fan art for like Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever? But a lot of people ask me for free run fan art. I don't know why. They come by, they're like, oh, cool, man, your fantasy art's so dope. Do you have any free run art? And I got asked like 15 times all weekend if I had free run art. It's crazy. I was like, damn, what is with Edmonton? Why do they all lose their fucking minds over free run here? Like, what is going on with this shit? But alas, kept going, kept you know, doing the thing, vending through the weekend. I didn't do too super well. I at least didn't waste any money. You know, I paid for my table and the expenses that I had incurred from you know, shopping for, you know, supplies and whatnot, and that's good, you know, great. I'm glad I didn't, you know, brick a whole bunch of money on the convention, but I didn't really do super well, and people who liked my stuff really liked it, but most people were kind of like, that's neat, and they move on. But I don't remember which day it was, but I think it was like towards the end. But this lovely young lady comes up, and she looks at my art, and her eyes go wide, and she looks around, and she says, wow, this is so good. And I was like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. And she's like, are you the artist? And I'm like, yeah, I am. You know? And she's like, wow, I'm so impressed. I'm so stunned. I'm so enamored, enchanted. Just being super sweet. She completely goes off. And I was like, oh man, geez, you're way too nice. Thank you so much. I'm really glad you like it. Yeah, it means a lot to hear. And she's like, wow. But this is all like your stuff from like your project, right? And I'm like, yeah, you know, the game thing, explained a little bit. She's like, wow, cool. So like, you don't have any art from like you know, free run, Baldur's Gate, whatever, because I had mentioned free run before. She's like, but you don't have anything from like Baldur's Gate or whatever. I'm like, no, all my art's like my original IP stuff, like, you know, my own stuff. And she like looked confused, and she was like, so you're really good though. Why don't you make any art that anyone cares about? Now, she wasn't trying to be rude. It's just like a disconnect moment of the way you say something to, you know, how it comes out. What she meant to say was, why don't you make any art of IPs that people will buy at a convention? And like, fair enough, because she's right. You know, she's not wrong. Why? Hey, you're at a convention. Nobody really wants original artwork. Like that's totally fair. Like, why don't you make any art of like IPs that people would want? And like, as I said, fair enough. It's just the way she worded it was probably the least charitable, worst way you could word that question. And I got the sense that she was maybe not the most adept at these kind of like difficult or complex social interactions. So, you know, obviously forgiveness and grace can be applied. But there was a woman there standing there that just like it's like she was like a meme gif, because she's like looking at my art and kind of like listening to the conversation and just kind of like looking at it and is all impressed and whatnot. And maybe she was like waiting her turn to ask me a question, and she just like, just totally like that. What did you just say? As the girl's just like kind of looking, just kind of like in her own world. She's like, you know, asking the question out, and I didn't really have a good way to respond. So I just said, I guess I'm trying really hard to. And I think she just, I think like, I'm saying I'm trying to make art people care about, I guess. And I think she's like kind of thinking like, what do you mean? How do you try and make fan art? You know, what? You just do it. And she looks really confused, and she's like, oh, okay, well, you know, all right, good luck, I guess. And just like wanders away. And the woman's just like, oh, that bitch, I can't believe she said that. I was like, no. I explained to her what the girl meant, and I was like, no, that's fine. She wasn't trying to be mean. But it was really, really funny. And it definitely was the entire theme of the weekend. People didn't want original art. They wanted art of Big Booba Shadowheart or whatever. Now, to be fair, that girl was carrying like a plastic bag of prints. So she was a print shopper. She was like buying shit in Artist Alley. She had almost exclusively Asterion prints. So like my homegirl knew what she wanted in life, and she was going for the convention for that. And I'm sure she would have completely loved a piece of Asterion art that I made or whatever. So, you know, there's that, I guess, which is flattering, but also, yeah, I mean, it kind of stings a little bit to hear that. What, you know, oh God. And that is really the theme of the convention, and really I think how people perceive a lot of this stuff is that if you're not making art for people that they, you know, really want. And like I see this too also. I see this also in my print store. Right? I mean, my print store doesn't do insanely well. And that's totally fine. And like I do sell prints in my print store, and I make sales, and it's awesome, and I deeply adore and love everybody whoever, you know, buys. Oh fuck, I'm not recording. Whoever buys a print or a piece of my art or whatever, it means the world to me. But I do understand that, you know, people want stuff usually from things that they know. And until Eldara is something that people know and like care about, then, you know, they're not going to care about it. And that's totally fair. That's totally fair. I'm not mad about it at all. It just to me means that I need to work even harder to like make the Realms of Eldara something that people care about, so that, you know, I can sell art of my own original stuff at conventions and on my print store and whatnot. And when I have art of Amelia Hearthwood, it's not just some theoretical art of a theoretical character from a theoretical game. It's like art of that character that you can go see and talk to, and like you guys have your own maybe like stories of things you did in the game, or things that you know, interactions you had with these characters. But like I knew that at the convention, I knew none of my character prints would sell, and I was wrong. A couple of them did actually sell. People were like, that character's cool enough, I want to buy a print of them. So this year I'm gonna have it set up a bit different. I have some more art that's general landscapes and things like that. I'm gonna sell that. You know, people would walk by, like this one guy walked by and he was with his friend, and he just like he's looking around, and he just stops and straight arms his friend. His friend just like walks into it, his hand just like chokes me, like, oh. And he just like looks over and just points at the dragon up here, and he says that, and he just looks at his friend. He's like, yeah, what about it, man? Yeah, it's a dragon. And he's like, I'm buying that. I need that. And his friend's like, okay, man, like still like recovering from getting fucking choked. The guy just like walks over. He just says, good morning, sir. I'm like, good morning to you, sir. He's like, how much for the dragon? And I was like, it's $45. And he's like, I would like one, please. And then he begins getting his money out. I was like, okay, good, dude knew what he wanted. And I'm like, yeah, well, I appreciate it, man. You know, it's one of my favorite prints. And he's like, no, this is the best piece of art I've seen all convention. Like not even he just, dude, he was so sweet. But so people who did like my stuff it was really cool because they really liked it and they were really enthusiastic about it. But for the most part, I do know that, yeah, I do things a little unconventional for conventions, as it were. And that's something that, you know, I don't walk into conventions expecting to, like, you know, sell out and be some amazing, hugely profitable endeavor for me. I'm doing it more for fun and talk to people about the project. And if I sell some prints and make back my booth, that'd be great. No free rid art, though. I greatly prefer original art. Yeah, I mean, me too, Jess. It is also, like, the thing that I think a lot of people forget is that it's dangerous to sell fan art. It is dangerous. Now, whether or not you care about that danger is completely up to you, but it is still dangerous to sell fan art. It's illegal. And will it ever matter for most artists? No, it probably won't ever matter for most artists. But if you want to have some sort of connection with the video games industry or the professional industry, selling fan art is a risk, and it's a risk I'm not willing to take because I've seen people that I know personally get burnt by it. So I wouldn't go to the convention and sell, like, all big fan art, unless it's from an IP where they let you. Like, Genshin Impact lets you sell fan art for them. Critical Role, I'm pretty sure they let you sell fan art of their IP. But things like Baldur's Gate, you know, Witcher, whatever, Mass Effect, these are companies that don't let you sell fan art for their IP. And so again, is it going to bite 99.99% of artists? Absolutely not. But for me, that, like, I don't risk anything when it comes to my career. So it's one of the reasons why I just don't sell fan art. Like I will make prints of Shadowheart, the paladin that I did, and I've sold prints of Shadowheart, but I don't do it publicly. And I mean, this is like the stream VOD, whatever, but I don't have a public listing for it. If somebody says, hey man, can I get a print of that Shadowheart thing? I'm like, sure, man, whatever, you know? But I wouldn't necessarily want to ever show up to a convention or have IP fan art on my print store that people can, like, go and then see whatever. So, you know, in my passion of wholesome nerds. Yeah, right. The amount of gasps. Social awkward encounters are the mainstay of geek cons. Kind of, yeah. God. It was so upsetting though in the moment. Like, it was really funny. But it was still also very upsetting. So that's why I was mad. I usually draw the characters in my world. Yeah, right? Though 0.1 is a big difference, maybe small, but still. Well, okay, so the example that I use is I know a girl who lost her job at lost a job opportunity at BioWare because she had IP-based art. And she got blacklisted from it. And so, can it happen? Yes. Will it happen? Statistically, there's a guarantee it won't. But again, I don't risk anything when it comes to my career. So I don't ever want to sell, you know, fan art of things like that. Even if it seems like it's fun or a good idea or whatever, like that's awesome. And also, by the way, I don't disparage any artist from making a different decision with their career, ever. I don't ever judge any artist for making a different decision with their career. So when you just, like, lay that out flat. Some artists who do original work are very, like, high and mighty and very, like, self-conscious of the fact that they don't get to make that easy money, and so they're, like, all jealous and upset and mad and moody about it. I'm not one of those artists. I do not care if you're gonna go out there to the convention, you're gonna make hot Genshin Booba art, X Gundam Nintendo stuff, and you're gonna, you know, get your Nintendo cease and desist and laugh and throw it in the mail and then keep making that money. Like, look, bro, if people are interested in what you're doing, like, I'm not ever gonna sit here and be a force of negativity for artists that do things that way. But I also don't want to pretend like there's no risk, like it's a completely safe endeavor, like it carries zero potential issue, because it does, you know. Then again, you probably are better off doing fan art and conventions and shit and having a Patreon where you do hot booba fan art over working at a game company. But just if you ever do want to do anything like that, you know. And, like, I don't really have any aspirations or dreams of working in the industry, in air quotes, the industry for a different company. My goals of working, air quote, in the industry are all working for myself in the industry and making my own company and shit. So there's only a couple places that I really want to do work for that are considered to be like industry clients. Those are things like Wizards, and I would really love to have a Star Wars project under my belt at some point in time. So whether it's for the card game or an RPG or whatever, I do want to do something that is official Star Wars art. And I'd love to work for Magic the Gathering and for Legend Story Studios for Flesh and Blood. There's a couple places that I'd really love to work for, you know, in my time. But I'm not like a big like it's not like I'm the industry. The air quote industry is no longer my goal in life like it used to be when I was in my early 20s. So I just need to get like, I don't paint as much as I used to, and I need to get my painting skills back up so that I can actually become, you know, build a portfolio that I can apply. Because like the sketch stuff I do is like I really like it, and people who like it really like it. And like if Wizards knew who I was when they did the D&D sketch cards for the Magic set, and I had a connection then at that point, there could have been some cool stuff that would have happened. But you know, besides that, you basically can't get into WotC unless you're a painter. Like, fair enough. They want art that has, you know, color and grace and is classical and wonderful and has all those things. And unless I'm sort of willing to do that as a portfolio, I need to make like 30 pieces that are like big 40-hour long paintings that I can do. So that's one of the reasons why I said that this year I'm going to get back into painting in a very serious way. For a couple reasons. You know, I've been out of painting for a while for a number of reasons. And some of them are good reasons and some of them are shit reasons. You know, it's just the way it goes. So hopefully this year is a year where I can return to painting in a major way. After all the work I have to do for the adventure, for Eldara, and the commissions that I currently have, I'm basically going to go lights out for about 2 months and just paint. You have permission to cheat on your main focus with little side projects. Yeah, right. Yeah, there we go. Here's hoping that I can find time to paint and find the ability to. One thing that I'm gonna do, that I decided is a really stupid idea, but is like kind of incongruence with some of the requests I've had. I'm going to open my coffee requests, or a special coffee request for Eldara concept art, and basically allow people to sponsor art via coffee support, so that I have like an excuse to paint. Because after Aduria and Mel both like did those big sponsorship projects earlier on the year, and people were like, yeah, that's cool, I'd sponsor something. Wait, what? I realize there's no official channel for it, and people just don't know that they can do that. So I'm gonna do that this year with when I reopen my coffee requests. I'm gonna, instead of opening up like 10 commission requests, I'm gonna open up like 7 and then have 3 sponsorship sort of like things in there, you know. What's up, Saffron? Update: your sister's wedding went off with many hitches, but was still beautiful and perfect in its own right. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations, Saffron, you and your family. That's beautiful, man. Weddings are awesome. That's great. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, it's the ability to let go and understand that the wedding is going to be in some ways scuffed as all hell, and that's okay, is like a big important part of it, I think. All the scuff shit I had to handle for our wedding, for Elle and I. Oh boy. Like you wouldn't believe, but we made it out somehow. I always did want to do some sort of another like wedding when we were older. Like, not wedding, but just like kind of celebration type thing, like party with our friends or whatever. In some larger way, but that's a lot, man, you know, that's a lot. What are you gonna do? Fly your friends out and shit? And oh god. Go have a party or whatever? Like a big like anniversary party, you know? Like thinking about doing that for like our 20th anniversary party. Which will be when? How old will we be with our 20th anniversary? I'd be 44 for 20 years. Maybe 15-year anniversary party. Like, that could work. It'd be fun. Hell yeah, dude. Writing 3 different stories, 2 for fun, 1 that can hopefully get published, set in my fantasy world, and then I do art, but on that I do have actual work. That makes sense. Sure, yeah. It's a busy schedule right there. I mean, workload's like one thing that I think is it's something that I really realize. Like workload and the amount of work that people are able to put in to projects is something that actually terrified me. When you like, have you ever been around somebody that's extremely productive? It's honestly like a soul shaking moment when you just realize what people are doing out there. You look at somebody who's like extremely productive and you're like, wait, you do the amount of work in a month that I do in 6 months or a year. How are you 6 to 12 times more productive than me? And it's really an astounding moment when you have that sort of first like, oh shit. So workload isn't bad. It's not bad to be ambitious and bite off a lot more than you can chew anyway. I think that's okay. I think there's a lot of like bad advice about not burning out. And the good advice about not burning out is great advice, but the bad advice about not burning out is often just like, don't work too hard, you know? But I don't know. I'm always willing to tell people to go into the flames and work as hard as they can. If it means they're gonna, you know, see something that is that meaningful to them on the other side, I guess. You know, so ready to have your house back? Oh, your house been like just command center for all that? Damn, bro. We'd probably love to do that, especially to have their piece go up with your adventure if they're playing through it. Yeah, I mean, like what I was going to do is I was going to open it up and have it be something where you can also get a one-of-one promo card for it. So I'm going to have like a whole list of things people can pick from, or if people are like obviously from stream and whatnot, and they know that there's no art for this character or that NPC or this thing or that whatever, then they can just like sponsor an art piece basically. They just eat a commission slot for me to do work for that, so they get more stuff done for Eldara. So kind of like a, you know, crowdfunding light. I was very surprised at the amount of people who are willing to like kind of do that. So I think I'll make it something kind of official and available now. After like all the other important work I have to do and GameCon's over and my big old projects for big commissions are over and whatnot, then I'll probably open that up for like July. So a one-of-one Evangeline art card. Well, Evangeline's actually just a common, so you can get as many Evangelines as you want. I mean not as many as you want, but there's some of them. Hey, look. Okay. Cityscape, Castle, Grim Fantasy. What else are we missing here? I think it's just time to just go through the silhouette of it. The silhouette's going to be the most important part of it, this castle, I think. So we're going to try and really give it a strong one, I think. And maybe like try and use some, I have like some classic architecture stuff up here as references. I love doing like castles and fortresses and stuff and ruined structures and whatnot. So we'll do a couple of little like spires and whatnot for the good Silesian. This is a goddamn machine, right? Yeah, people who are like extremely high agency, extremely productive are astounding to be around. I think about like my friend Jackie and all the work that she does and like the stuff that she accomplishes, and it's like understanding how to like sort of do all that. It's like unlocking a superpower, you know? There's just like a whole nother level to a person that you're like, how is this possible? How does this human make this amount of stuff? And that's what I aspire to do. I aspire to do so much shit that it's like unknowable to people, you know? I aspire to be so productive and so focused and so driven and so, you know, accomplished with various projects that people are just like unsure as to how I actually get it all done. I think that's like the only way to sort of deviate from the norm is to like not be part of the norm, right? And if you want to accomplish a project that's like very not normal to accomplish, well, that's, you know, a good start is by having a process and a method that people don't really understand or relate to. So, you know, that's like maybe mission 1. Like whenever people tell me that I'm working too hard, I'm like, good, I'm on the right path. Good. And whenever I'm not, that's not good. Into the Flames perfectly fits my name. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I see. I was like, wait, what? Oh. What the fuck is your name? Oh, yeah, Firestarter. Okay, yeah, we're good. Yeah. Okay. I like this, like, tall, gothic, aggressive silhouette. Let's see if we can kind of roll with it a little bit. And then we'll go over it and do some different little, I don't know, decorative adornments to it once we have our silhouette. Sister left her abusive work right after our mom passed, got a business license, and started singing for events to sell. Wait, what? Singing for events to sell. We have a few events a month now, and she has an official website. Google page is looking to ship overseas while taking care of me, my cousin, and her son. That's rad, dude. That's some superhero shit. That's fucking awesome, Sleepy. To have such a badass sister. Obviously, you know, it absolutely sucks, and I'm really sorry to hear about the circumstance that has required your sister to sort of step up like that. But being able to step up like that and be a superhuman that people can kind of count on, that's amazing. That's unreal. Inspiring to be around people like that, you know? Just like high agency people that you're like, how the fuck did you decide to just do this thing, you know? They don't take no for an answer, they just do the thing. And then you realize that there's nothing that can stop them. There's no rampart they can't climb. That's pretty cool. Limit distractions. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is just retraining your brain. There's a lot about the modern world and modern life that's kind of like designed to sort of like stifle, you know? And really you have to be kind of weird, I think, to really accomplish like crazy shit. You have to be willing to be strange and weird and not really fit in. And you know, you lose friends over it too, right? Like I have friendships that, you know, you say to them, hey, I'm gonna go try and accomplish something very difficult right now, and they're like, yeah man, you got this shit, and you're like, yeah, all right, let's go. And then you like check in with them like a year or two later, and you're like, yo, hey, how you been? And they're like, oh geez, oh, I didn't think I'd get a message from you, I haven't heard from you in a long time. Oh shit, yeah. And this kind of awkward like, who are you again kind of thing. And you're like, oh, so you weren't really that serious when you said go off and conquer the world. Okay, all right, I got it. Yeah, thanks, bro. Right? Or people being like, yeah, man, like, I thought you were gonna work hard, but like, bro, you're upset. You're getting kind of obsessive, aren't you? Don't you think you're being a little obsessive? I'm like, yeah, that's precisely what I think I'm doing. Yes. Correct. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly what I think I'm doing right now is being obsessive. So, I don't know, man. And people will say things like that. Like, I'm not, obviously, B-Town's not saying this, but people will say like, oh, you got to like limit your distractions until they realize that there is distraction, So you hear like a parent or someone be like, you got to limit your distractions, kid. And you're like, yeah, exactly. I'm going to get really focused. Like, yeah, make sure you stay focused. Don't let things take away from your focus. You're like, yeah, okay. And they're like, hey, so you come to this thing later this month? And you're like, nope. Like, wait, why not? You're like, I'm just really busy with work. Like, you can't put work ahead of this thing. You can't put work ahead of grandma's birthday. And you're like, I absolutely am. I'm limiting my distractions, just like we said. Like, I didn't mean that kind of distraction. Like friends being like, yeah, man, you guys stay focused. Hey, so you want to play video games until 3 a.m.? No. Aw, man, you change. What, you think you're too good for us now? It's tough, man. It's always tough. What's up, Ronnie? Sorry, looking so cool. Think that pretty foreground structure is adequate. Aqueduct or footbridge test wall. I wanted to make it a bridge, but I guess it's like open to interpretation because I want to like sort of imply that that like this is the view of the castle from like a city park or something, or like a river. So you kind of see the edge of the city over here, and I imagine the city kind of expands around it. So I imagine it was just gonna be a footpath or bridge across this park, lake thing, whatever. But it's definitely abstract enough that it could be a really ornate aqueduct too, depending if you wanted to sell it like that. Absolutely. Those relationships sound like they ended the appropriate way naturally. Yeah, maybe. It does kind of like when I about a year and a half ago.
How exciting!
Yo, Soul Tundra, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Hello, my friend. Welcome in. What is up? Good to see you. Good to have you. Tell me your tales. How was stream? What's up, guys? What's going on? What are y'all working on over there? Inspire me. Tell me of epic adventures. Welcome in. Freeze, a snowstorm has blown in to cause chaos in your chat. Damn, dude. What's up, guys? Good to see you. How y'all doing, man? What's up? Yo, go drop Soul a follow and show some love over there. Get a little chilly, what are y'all doing? Hold on, let me see. Last scene playing... what were you all doing over there? Let me snoop a little bit. Last scene playing Planet Crafter. Wait, that's kind of rad, actually. What is Planet Crafter? That sounds like my kind of jam, actually. I love, like, sim and building and things like that games. I don't know if that's anywhere near what it's actually about, but I hope you had fun. Welcome in. Welcome, everybody. We're doing some art today for a request for somebody for their D&D game, and then we're working on an illustration for my D&D game. So, there it is, man. I'm playing Planetcrafter, exploring a planet. I've been terraforming. We're about 10% of the way to lakes. Ooh, I love it. That's cool. All right. Well, it does definitely sound like my kind of game. Hell yeah, dude. Well, welcome in. Get cozy. All right. We were just talking about working on ambitious projects and sort of the sacrifices and things that go along with all that. If anyone's ever worked on an ambitious project and had to give things up for it. But you are right, B-Town. That was kind of in some ways a natural ending of sort of some of those friendships. But it does definitely suck when a couple of years ago I looked around and I was like, wait, I don't have friends anymore. Oh shit. It does kind of make it a little bit tougher. But you are right, it's one of those things that if a friendship kind of couldn't handle the heat of you going MIA for a couple of years, then probably wasn't really worth it. Which is always disappointing to see or hear or whatever when you realize that you're sort of very deep into projects and maybe it was for the best that things didn't work out with a friend or whatever, just because you were. What's setting such vibe? So for this castle is kind of like a bit of a grim fantasy type castle in a kind of more fantastical, not quite fairy tale, grounded, like Witcher blended with fairy tale kind of vibes world. That's what this castle is for. So we're trying to be a little gothic, a little bit eccentric with it to try and blend that. And then for my illustration that I'm gonna be working on, it's kind of a bit of a high fantasy God, I don't even know how to explain Eldar. I don't have a good elevator pitch for it. We were talking about elevator pitches the other day and how you need to have like a good one, and I just don't even have one for my setting. But think of it kind of like the things you love about sci-fi without actually feeling like sci-fi. I don't know. That's a bad way of putting it. It's how you find your real friends, the ones who stick around. Yeah, well, I guess I was fucked. What's up, Plucci? Good to see you, dude. Also, is that a right? Wait. Radiant Font and Diva Secret Labs chair? Oh, I mean, this is a secret, or this is a Team Liquid. And then, yeah, my wife has a Secret Labs chair. I am indeed a Team Liquid fan and a TSM fan. Now, I'm now a diehard TSM fan. As they are the only esports org that ever has come into my chat and gifted hundreds of subs. So I am now a diehard TSM fan. But I've always been a Team Liquid fan because I used to play StarCraft 2 pretty competitively, and I love the esports scene there for SC2. So yeah, dude, I'd love to get one of the Gundam chairs, but the problem with Secret Labs chairs is that they're the best chair I've ever owned, and so I don't need a new one. Normally I would need to replace my chair every like 3 or so years because it just gets kind of worn out and grungy. This chair is going on like just fine. So wife has a Minecraft. I have a Diva chair. Mostly wanted to look entirely unprofessional on desperately serious calls with important people. That's hilarious. Yeah, there is that, I guess, isn't there? I suppose that's a good way of doing it. Yeah, she wanted the Diva chair because it was fabric and she thought she wanted it more than leather. But when she bought another chair for her like work like desk downstairs, she ended up getting a KDA one that was like the fake leather shit that Secret Labs does, because the fabric just wasn't what she wanted. So she actually kind of wants to get a new chair and pitch the Diva one, but I don't know what we're gonna do with it. It's not like I have any friends that need a new gaming chair. It's not exactly a common thing, I guess, that are local anyway. The creeper chair. Ah, yes, yes, the brightest of greens. So you'll always know where it is, even the dimmest of morning light. That's a cool one, actually. I like that one. Yeah, I got some dope ass chairs, man. I actually really wanted a Secret Labs standing desk, but that's just like $1,000 Canadian, bro. I got too many other things, too many other business expenses that I gotta spend. We'll see. We'll see if at the end of the year, if I haven't like maxed out my fucking, you know, tax deductible contributions, maybe I'll just buy a Secret Labs chair or Secret Labs desk. Right now, I don't know. I've been spending a lot of money on business related things. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can run that. And I write off a lot of stuff, man. If you're an artist, go get yourself an accountant. Oh, but it costs money. Dude, a good accountant as an artist will save you so much money. Oh my god, it's not even funny. Artists, please don't try and do your taxes on your own unless you're an absolute psychopath. In which case, hey man, have the best time ever. Okay. I don't want to go too deep into the details on this before we get into the line work stage. This is a bit much for the undersketch, but the foreground's fine. But for the background part, I don't know, I don't really want to go too deep into it. We'll just do a couple little more measuring things and then we'll get her done. Okay. Some gigantic stained glass window for some throne room or some shit. I don't know, man. It's Legion's world, not mine, bro. Love to have a sit-stand desk. Yeah, you know, I really love to have a sit-stand desk. Not just for that, for the sit-stand, sort of like being able to stand at my desk and draw and paint and stuff like that. But it is actually better ergonomics to stand while you're painting. Sitting while you're painting is really bad the amount of artists that cut their careers short because they just like don't know how to not be a goblin or a shrimp or whatever it is. And like, I kind of hate that it's like kind of like not glorified, but accepted and laughed about. It's like you ever have, if you're in your mid 30s or your late 20s, you have one or more of the millennial friend that is an ultra doomer but makes everything an ironic joke, right? And they'll go super dark when they're like, hey, do you want to go for like, you know, KFC? And you're like, nah, man, KFC's a bit expensive now. And what you're about to say is, if I'm going to spend that kind of money, I'd rather get Chick-fil-A. But before you can say the next part, you're like, yeah, KFC's a bit expensive. They're like, oh yes, because we live in a corporate wasteland where no one can afford houses and we're all just, you know, indentured servants in a modern age of a dystopian, you know, they fucking ran for 5 minutes. And you're like, no, it's just, okay, whatever, man. Like, all right, dude. Wait, where is? So the artists do the same thing. They'll go way ironic over the like, oh yeah, I'm just like in a. It's more noxious, but artists will be like, oh yeah, I'm just in like a ridiculous like, you know, position that I draw and I goblet into. I'm gonna have back problems and not be able to draw once I'm, you know, 43 because I'll have broken my spine, have carpal tunnel surgery, and lose my career because I had to leave my job for 4 months to get carpal tunnel in one wrist and then the other, and then have back surgery when I'm, you know, blah blah blah. And you're like, bro, that's not funny. That's serious. What the fuck? So I wish artists would take their painting ergonomics seriously. And so standing is better for painting, unless you're doing your absolute best to try and get that posture up. But I gotta like, I don't know. I also want a walking pad at my desk. Obviously not while I'm streaming. Like the one of my pet peeves, and I don't mean to shit on anybody specifically, is when I see a streamer who's currently walking while they're playing games, because they're like just slightly out of breath when they're talking, and that's really annoying to listen to. So I would never do it while streaming, but it'd be nice to, while I'm playing games and stuff, be able to walk. And we bought a walking pad for downstairs, and I do probably like 20 to 40 minutes on it a day. And that's how I've been getting my 10k steps like super easy. Dude, last year my 10k steps during the summer were a struggle some days. This year they are free. They are fucking free. Like, I've been pushing for 15 or 20,000 every day because we have that fucking walking pad. If I could take like a half-hour break to do a dungeon at the end of the night and walk the whole time at my desk, oh my god, I'd be clearing 20k like it wasn't even a thing, you know? You're that friend, stop being that friend, Ronnie. Nobody wants to be around that person. I don't know. Do you, bro? A 2011 Rando ergonomics company was crazy expensive at the time, but it's basically about the same quality IKEA kick out for a couple $100 nowadays. Yeah, I mean, I know the Secret Labs ones are overpriced, but I kind of also just want the Gundam desk. You know, there's a very interesting like divide, I think, that I try and be very intentional about when I'm wasting money on things. So, for instance, if owning something that you're wasting money on because you're buying the brand or whatever, or the prestige or the design or the art or whatever it is, makes a difference for you because you feel better when interacting with something that encourages good behavior, I think it's worth it. You know, like to be honest, I mean, like when I was young, when I was in my 20s, like I bought like some Louis Vuitton bags and shit because I thought I needed that to be like able to fit in with the other designers and the other like professionals. I didn't, you know, but there are certain things that I will buy the more expensive branded version of if it makes me feel better while I'm, you know, just like feel good about myself while I'm using it. Right? Like for running shoes, I bought the fancy running shoes, the Hokas. I think they are actually legitimately better, but are they like twice as good as the other shoes? Hard to say. You know, I don't know if they're all worth twice the price, but I feel great when I put them on. And so it's worth it because it encourages good behavior for me. Ella, 62 months. That's a fucking Jesus Christ, Ella. Thank you for the wait. It's June. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Everybody calm down. Wait. The sub points, the tier 3s. Hold on. Did I get it? June. What The f... Wait, what? Why does it say plus level 1? Help me achieve plus level 1. What? But I got it, man. But February, March, or sorry, March, April, May. You guys helped me get the plus goal for 3 months in a row for March, April, and May. So it should just, this should be plus level 2, not plus level 1. What? It said if you can earn it for 3 months, then you just get it. And I earned it for 3 months. We filled the bar. We hit over 100 points on that bar for 3 months in a row. What the fuck? Let's adopt the monetized streamer agreement prior to meeting the qualification criteria. What? I assume I'm in that already. Plus term qualifications granted the first of each month to qualifying participants. To qualify, you must meet certain criteria. These recurring subscribers' minimums are counted by plus points. To achieve 100 plus points for 3 or more for 3 consecutive months. And we did that. That's why I offered the thing for April and May. Is because we hit it in March for the first time ever, and I was like, oh god, this is something that we could do. And so I offered the tier 3 cards, and people tier 3 subbed last month and the month before. So March, April, May. I did it for 3 fucking months. What? It says as of May 1st, 2024. I'm so confused, man. I thought this was gonna say plus level 2 because we. What the fuck, Twitch? Okay, yeah, I guess I'll throw in a sport ticket because people like 7 or 8 people tier 3'd just to get me over the line. And I think I ended last month with like 140 points or whatever because so many people had come out for it. Gift and primes are excluded. Yeah, gift and primes don't count. Also, subs from lower ranking areas. So if you live somewhere that has a cheaper sub, like Eastern Europe, Africa, certain parts of Asia, South America, those don't count either. It's only recurring full, like basically NAEU subs. So I brute force it into existence. I just don't understand, man. I just don't get it because you guys did that for me. You guys, not we, not me. You guys did that for me. You guys got it over the line, so that fucking bar filled up for March, April, and May. Okay, I guess we'll just complain at Twitch and say, hey, what the fuck, man? Just ask my Twitch staff friend next time he's in chat. Janava, what's wrong? As we strike Riot, right? Do you get the new GPU? Not yet, Salesian. No, probably gonna do it after the June conventions. Yeah, if things go really well with them, probably after the June conventions. And I'm looking forward to it though. If I ever see Bezos, I'll throw a sandal at him for you, my dude. Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah. Sick. Okay, cool. Dude, I'm actually like really disappointed. Fuck, I was like really excited for that to see. I was gonna Because now I feel really bad that like a bunch of people tier 3'd, which is like a tier 3 is a very expensive sub, just to get me over the line. Then there's no way I can get that again this month. God damn it. Frustration. Alright, well, we'll go again. Sketch is amazing. Thanks, SK. Appreciate that. Thanks, dude. Very kind of you to say. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying my best, alright? We have to do a good job for our illustrious Silesian here. Otherwise, I have to retire as an artist and go back to playing World of Warcraft and doing graphic design. Yep. And you know how badly I don't want to do that, so... There's that, I guess. Alright, I think we're good on our under sketch here. Let me just do a quick little cloud and then we'll blast onto a proper line work. Okay, under sketch, whatever, call it the delete sketch. And then alright, let me get into it. I'll be that friend and say things just suck sometimes. Yeah, I guess so, right? I mean, WoW is fun. WoW is fun, but I don't know if I want to go back to trying as hard at World of Warcraft as I... You know how pathetic I was? I was in the top, like, 1,000 pet collectors in the world. You know how much of a fucking World of Warcraft loser I was? I had one of the top 1,000 pet collections during Battle for Azeroth. Before the glass broke and I realized I was wasting all my fucking time on things that didn't matter. I did not handle World of Warcraft responsibly. I was not just like playing the game casually, having fun with some friends, doing some dungeons and jamming. I was like try hard, like I had like a schedule checklist I'd have to check off, right? Like, got to go to do this dungeon on like 5 characters to try and get this pet. Got to do this dungeon to try and get like this transmog or mount. I got to go kill Siege of Orgrimmar on my plate classes to try and get my Tusks of Manara. Dude, I was not in a good spot. All right, I was not in a good spot, and I was coping by trying to be very good at a video game. So I could not be what's the word? Trusted with World of Warcraft at the time. So, god damn it, Jacob. Jesus Christ, dude. This tier 3 for 6 months? What the fuck? God damn. Oh. Well, I guess I need to keep sending out promos for we need a tier. You gotta fill the bar. Jeez, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. It's not pathetic, it's a flex. It is pathetic when you consider that I was 300 pounds depressed and not going anywhere with my career because I was spending too much time playing World of Warcraft. Then that sucks. So, Mon WoW is listening to Twitch and running all Legion dungeons on Mythic and Heroic to get the Mogs. And look, the thing is, if you like doing it because it's your fun pastime, then that's awesome. Go do it. But for me, Charlord, it wasn't a matter of me having fun doing it. It was me needing to feel like I could accomplish something in life. So, I still do transmog runs now for things when I want to once in a while, and there's nothing wrong with that. But back in BFA and Legion, I was not doing it for the right reasons. Holy fuck. Okay, what, Jacob, what should we do? What Eldara promo do you think? What art should we make for our tier 3 subs this month? What should the June promo be? What do you think? Is there a character that we don't have current art for that should be a promo? Because I do send out a promo. You guys want to see the promo card I sent out last month for all the tier 3s? So, for anyone foolish enough to sub at tier 3 to my channel, as an apology for you accidentally subbing at tier 3 to my Twitch channel, I send out a little promo card. So the first one was the Golden Orb, which was a meme. Then after that, I moved to actual Realms of Eldara promos. So like, here's like Luna and the Hidden Runes of Horizon. So these were the promos for, that was the promo for last month. So I need some art for the promo for this month. So We need to figure out what art to make for this month's promo, but it needs to be something kind of cool and special. Something Horizon-y or whatever. You know? Or maybe I do like a special limited Relisian Feathered Goblin Monkey promo. We should, we gotta figure that shit out. It's absolutely as an apology for people forgetting to cancel their sub and accidentally tier 3 subbing, so... Damn, bro. I'm really bummed because a lot of people were like very excited about helping me get the Plus program, and now I feel really awful about it. Shit, dude. Is it great that Activision gave us all our time back when they acquired Blizzard and started Activisioning it up? Well, I enjoyed WoW even when Activision owned it. Like, Legion was like one of my favorite expansions, bro, by a long shot. Yeah, I did not handle, like, I was in a real bad place in my 20s, and I used Warcraft meant so much to me, and I'm not mad at Warcraft. I was definitely addicted to the game, and in a bad way, but it was more so that I was like addicted to like anything that made me feel like I wasn't such a loser in life. And I'm glad that I sort of am able to play World of Warcraft now in a responsible way, and I love World of Warcraft. It's still my favorite game ever, you know? Some of my best friends are still on the Warcraft team, right? And they are very excited about the next couple of years for Warcraft, which is awesome. Warcraft is really good right now. Now, a lot of people, for them, the game has sort of faded, the hype is gone, the bad taste is there, the apathy has grown, and you know, that sucks. For me, I still love World of Warcraft. I still love logging on. I don't play all the time. I go through phases, and right now I'm in a phase where I'm playing for a couple months, and it's awesome. And I'm also very happy that I can play the game in a responsible way now, where I'm not compelled and trying to, like, you know, create some sort of like value for myself as a person by being accomplished in the video game. You know, that I can actually just like enjoy the game now. An Astral Sword? Should be a badge or a coin for Eldara, basically a middle finger to Twitch's broken system. Give us money instead.
Evan.
That's hilarious.
Why did I agree to come to work this early?
Oh,
still need details.
I don't know, man.
For Wandering Knight Evan NPC.
I don't know, dog.
Third, Olo.
Oh, I thought the game was postponed or whatever. The game was postponed. Thanks for 100 bits, Azalea. I appreciate that. Why'd you go to work this early? Because you're a good team player and you decided to show up to help out the people that you care about, to make sure they don't have an overwhelming day and a bad start to the week. Because you're a great person, a phenomenal human, and you wanted that overtime money, bro. You wanted that fucking overtime. Not sure if that's like saying being happy about crystal meth because I got you into heroin isn't. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's one out for one bad and with the other bad habit. No, I really went too hard on World of Warcraft. And actually, so I realized you know in the first day that I realized that I was going too hard on World of Warcraft was, I like to say that the glass cracked for me the day that I was grinding out a pet battle world quest right outside Borealis for charms to be able to buy the little Bruisaur. That's when the glass cracked for me. The glass shattered for me after I earned the pet meta achievement from battling and beating all the pet tamers in Shadowlands, and I earned that pet and I realized, what am I doing with my life? I remember where I was. I remember that so clearly. But the first time I ever, like, not even the glass cracked, but the first time I ever heard kind of like a shaking in my foundational sort of like understanding of this is what I want in my life, was when we all took a week off. My friend Byron, Mike, Ella, and we all took a week off to play Battle for Azeroth. Okay? And it was awesome. It was awesome. We had taken a week or two off before for Legion, and we were all playing Legion, and it was amazing, and we were doing it again for Battle for Azeroth, and we were having the best fun time ever, and we leveled up and got through it. BFA wasn't as fun as Legion because the guys just weren't as serious about it, but we were still very, very serious about it. And I remember Ella and Mike and Byron, they all went back to work after a week. So the game came out on like a Friday or whatever, or some shit, or whatever it was, but they went back the next weekend. Back to work, and I had booked off 2 weeks for myself, and I was sitting there leveling an alt in Drustvar. I was leveling my herbalism alt so that I could actually like make a shit ton of money early on the expansion. So I was like, oh, I gotta get that money gamer early, so you know I can get a couple million gold early for the expansion, not worry about it. And I was sitting there one morning, and it was the morning that Ella and everybody had gone back to work. So I wasn't on Discord with anyone. I wasn't chilling with anybody. I was watching probably a Twitch stream or something like that. And I was leveling my alt and grinding it out and going for it. And I was probably eating some shit and like some leftover fucking Chinese food and drinking some sodas and just being an unhealthy, you know, hog or whatever. And I just had the moment of just a slight hint of self-awareness and sadness, where my super well accomplished friends that were doing amazing things in life took a week off to play the fun game, and now they went back to work. And I was sitting there on week 2, and I was like all alone, and it wasn't just me hanging out with the boys and whatnot. And I was kind of like, for just had the very first the very first kind of little moment of, am I going too hard? You know? And yeah, that was the first moment. That wasn't even when the glass like even cracked for me though. So I still played really quite a bit through BFA. You know, it was fun because we had a raid group and like we had friends from. At that point in time, I was raiding with a whole bunch of people from Blizzard, so it was really fun through Legion and BFA to raid with people who were either making the game or who were at the company, and they'd say shit on Discord they shouldn't fucking be talking about. I'd hear shit all the time, man. You know, some guy would say some shit about like, yeah, well, like next patch, you know, when we're in doing this, whatever, it's gonna be sick, so we gotta get a bunch of gear for whatever. And then one of the girls would be like, bro, you're not supposed to say that out loud. We have like Blizz here. I was like, oh shit. Okay, nobody tell anybody I said that. You didn't hear it from me. Those are fun days, man. I love that. Warcraft was always at its best when it was about the people. For me, I think, you know. How's the drawings going? Well, Nick. Comparison is the thief of joy. Comparison is the thief of joy unless the comparison is you sitting in a puddle of your own fucking filth and somebody else going off and doing something that matters to them. So.
It starts this Friday at Steam.
Oh shit. Okay. We're fucking back at it then. Let's go, Azalea. Let's go. Alright, I will try and get something to you then this week. No promises, but I'll try my best. Endrick Avalon, Wandering Knight. You know what, honestly, Zelly, if you just make him like an overly crusader-oriented wandering knight that basically just wants to go like LARP as an ancient crusader taking back the Holy Land for something, you know, purging heretics, but like there's no heresy or anything to purge. And make him kind of you know, a sympathetic character like that. He just wants to go on a crusade with the boys. That's probably good enough. That's probably good enough, Azalea. That's Endrick right now in our 4th ed game, and that's probably basically all I'd write. So you can just have him be something along those lines, and I'm sure it gets the message across. What city are you drawing? It's a city for Silesian, so. It is the, what is the, something Vale? Shit, what's it called? Fuck. Aster Vale. There you go. We're drawing the castle at the center of the Aster Vale. This and the devs used to spawn raid bosses around the place. Yeah, the GMs in vanilla were always hilarious. We once had a GM roasting us during a Cro-Magnus attempt. Or night.
At Evan Blair Art,
yes, that's me.
Perfect thing.
Perfect.
I have a subclass I made for Paladin that fits that perfectly.
Perfect.
Just need your pick.
Oh, for Endrick? Sure. I'll post the one to Discord in the sketchbook. I don't use the sketchbook as much as I need to here. Where's the sketchbook? Plus, upload a file. Endrick. Where is he? Where's the boy? There he is. Alright, he's in Discord in the EBA sketchbook. Endrick Avalon, non novus domine. It says you're a heretic. Endrick, there's no heretics around here. Oh. Okay. Okay. Endrick Avalon. Master Bladesman. Avenger of the Order and all that. I didn't mean it as a joke. I believe Pile of Eldar currency sparkly gems would make for a good promo card. I'm not sure if I have any art like that of treasure. If I do have art of treasure, then I'll absolutely do that. But I can't think of any treasure art that I've done. That's the only problem. I just can't think of any treasures I've made. Have I done any treasures? I don't know. I kind of want something in color for this promo. Glittering gold. Shit, do I have any art that I haven't used for cards yet? Do I? I mean, I can't use Shadow Honey, obviously. Charlotte, I can't use Charlotte. The Wind, I can just do the Windra. The Emporium gets his own card. I could do the Emporium's Pumpkin. That'd be kind of funny. Ashy of Eldara. The Realms, Relic. The Shield, the Northwind. What do I have, man? This is too far back. Original Nyathar concepts. Ayla Sartheron. How far back would I have to go? Dude, do I even make any art anymore for my own stuff, or do I just take commissions? Holy fuck, commissions closed until I actually have some like original art of my own. Good mother of God, holy. Yeah, what the hell, dude? Maybe I need to... Oof, yeah.
Also let me know when Kofi opens back up, so I can put in for that Eldra Cannon Fox Girl Izzy, the Sky Knight XD.
Sure, dude. Kofi was probably gonna... So I'm gonna do one of two things. So I was talking to Elle about this. I'm not sure what the better way to do it is. So either I can wait until after GameCon to open up my coffee sketches for June, or I can open them up at the beginning of June and just tell people that these are for my late June slots. So nobody's gonna get their fucking sketches until late June. But people can still like jump in reserve. I don't know what the best way of doing it is, because I think that like people said last month, oh, it'd be nice to be able to reserve early. But even if you say that, the problem is that if people aren't going to get their sketches for like 2 weeks, sometimes that feels really bad. You know what I mean? And so people are in theory okay waiting, but sometimes the sourness of like, oh, I bought a sketch 2 weeks ago and I still don't have it. Even if you like read the fucking the thing that said I'm not even gonna start on these until mid June, I worry some people will still be a little bit like deflated or let down. And like even if you're like not mad but you're still deflated, it still doesn't feel good. So I don't know what the better way of doing it is. If I should like open up my June slots like now and then people can wait, or if it's better to just like once I'm ready to actually start doing them, that's when I open it up. And people get no chance to, you know, pre-order or whatever, right? You can use Medea if you want. As far as I'm concerned, they're completely separate characters. If you wish to use them in your world, they would be in mine. Oh, I appreciate that, but unless a character is created with the intent of it being for Eldara, I don't want to like disrespect a commission like that. So I do appreciate that, but no, it'd have to be something from like the rip that I have that kind of understanding with somebody, where it's a character developed for Eldara. That is very kind of you, though, Entities. I appreciate you helping me out with being willing to let me use a commission piece for Eldara. And I hope you're playing the Gossamer Pale. It lies between the Feywild and the Prime Material plane and has a secret or 3. Only 3? Holy, dude. I've had clients leave my emails on read for over 6 months. For a simple document, 2 weeks is fantastic for a turnaround. That might be fair, actually. Well, yeah. Yeah, okay, look. Look, I know this, to be fair, Speed, I understand how low the bar is and how low the standard is, so I think I understand. I don't know. You let them know ahead of time, you don't have the right to be upset. Well, that's the thing. One thing you learn, I think, about being a good artist, recommendations I always have to people, is there is a very big difference between someone who doesn't have the right to be upset, but it still is upsetting, right? So if you let's just say you have an ice cream shop and a person gets the ice cream and they're like, wow, I'm so happy I got my ice cream. And they turn around and they walk 5 paces and a dog runs by them and they get startled and they drop their ice cream on the ground. Right? They don't have the right to say, give me a new ice cream. They got it. They dropped it. It was no fault of you as the ice cream shop owner. But every good ice cream shop owner will say, hey, let me make you a new scoop. The reason why is because what is the overall feeling or sentiment you have when you are interacting with a business? Is it a good one or a bad one? It's like how Costco has an infinite return policy. Amazon has an infinite return policy. Even if you're the dumbass that ordered the wrong thing or you bought the wrong thing or you couldn't afford it, they still want you to have a good experience, a favorable experience with them as the business. And so as an artist, I feel the same way. So even if somebody has no right to be upset over waiting 2 weeks, I still wonder and think about the people that are like, they say, I don't care if I have to wait 2 weeks, but then they're sitting there 2 weeks later fidgeting like, come on, man, I wish I had my thing already. You know, like, I wish I had my art by now. I'm really getting antsy about it. And so most people will be okay with it. And no one, you're right, no one would have the right to be upset. But would people still have a negative opinion of it? That's also kind of the thing that I think about is I want to try and take responsibility for as much of the opinion and the feelings that people have when they are interacting with me as my clients. So you are technically right, but I think that there is still part of it that people, not everyone is that like logical as you might be about the whole process, where you're like, I can't imagine someone ever being mad about, you know, if they say it's going to take you 4 weeks, right? Like, for instance, I had a client that I just had to drop because I told them I'll hopefully be able to start your project between 4 to 6 weeks from now. And it's been about 8 weeks. And they were like, hey, you just checking in. You said 4 to 6 weeks. Like, what's going on? And I said, yep, that was when I was hoping to start. I'm so sorry, but some other projects came up. You know, I don't want to like spill the fucking my guts over how I've been in the hospital. Like, people don't care if I've been in the hospital or not. Like, all last month and shit. They'll say they care, but they don't care if it actually impacts the results. So I don't bother complaining about that. I'm just like, hey, some things came up and I couldn't get to it. So yeah, we're looking more like 9 weeks out, or sorry, I should be able to start in the next week or 2. And they're like, oh my God, but you said 6 weeks, bro, this kind of sucks. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, what do we do about this? Can you bump me up early? And I was like, no, sorry, this is really bothering you, isn't it? And they're like, yeah, like I had money set aside and whatever, like you said 6 weeks. And I said I'd try for 6 weeks. And they're like, bro, like, I mean, do I get a discount or something? And I said, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be able to do this project for you. And I dropped them. I dropped the client. They were mad about that too. But it's the kind of thing where it's like, they had no right to be mad that I am taking longer than I said, because they've exchanged no money, I've exchanged no contract, no whatever. The estimated wait time was an estimate for people. And yet if they're upset regardless, you and I might look at that person and say, that's a ridiculous human being right there. But it's like, people are ridiculous sometimes, and I have to think of, you know, I have to like factor that in with the human experience. So that's why I'm not sure if people are going to be ridiculous about the coffee thing or not. If it's 2 to 3 weeks, maybe it's fine. You know, client's name Thorkin SMH. No, it was somebody from TikTok. If somebody actually was charging a much lower price for, because they caught me right at the beginning of my commissions being opened, before I realized just how much fucking time it took me to like do things. So I'm not actually upset even the slightest. I'm upset that they're upset, but still, you know. It's fair, especially since it wasn't considering Eldar from the beginning. It wouldn't work with anything else you've done from the beginning for Eldara, though. Do not wouldn't be respectful of me in any capacity on how you use it. I appreciate that, entities. It's very gracious of you. That is very gracious of you. I do appreciate that, man. Now you want ice cream? Just go get some ice cream then, bro. Yeah, what do you mean? Go get some ice cream, bro. Terror said a secret or 3. Only 3 secrets, my friend. There's always another secret. That was to Sabine. Or sorry. No. That was for Silesia. Wait, what did I say? Wait, what? I get names mixed up? Oh, shit. I'm getting names mixed up. I'm sorry. My bad. Hello, Mel. What's up?
How is everyone doing?
We're chilling, bro.
Smile.
How you doing? What's good? What's good, Mel? Hello. Thanks for 100 bits, bro. I appreciate it. Thank you. It means a lot, man. Well, maybe... God, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. So I know some people wanted them open early, but I know some people also would be mad about it, so... Maybe I'll just finish off the current list, and then I'll open up the June stuff and say it'll be late June, I think.
Evan,
don't worry about Speed.
Evan, fuck you. Some of us do actually
yes.
care. Your health is more important than the commission.
I appreciate that.
Clients can suck rocks.
I appreciate that. But that's the majority of clients. Right? That's the majority of clients. So, if you want to work with them, you got to figure out how to work with them, you know, regardless of if they're being unreasonable and silly or not. I think that's the lesson. Can't please anyone. Do what you feel most comfy with. You know what? You're right about that, Maggie. If somebody's going to be butthurt, I think what I'll do is I'll finish this round, and rather than making them wait between like 3 to 4 weeks, I'm okay with them waiting like 2 weeks. Now, I think the best solution, Maggie, for me is a compromise. Somewhere in the middle where people can get in early that wanted them, not as early as they'd like, but early enough, and then also people who don't want to have to wait and will risk being mad waiting won't have to wait that long. That's probably the best way of doing it, I think. Yeah.
I'm in corporate hell.
Uh-oh.
Save me. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Meetings. Do meetings. More meetings, Mel. That's what I suggest. I suggest you, instead of not doing meetings, I suggest you do more meetings. And then if you're going to do a not meeting, you then meeting instead to get your meeting done. Yeah. And then, but if you do enough meetings this week, Mel, then can you just say that I did enough and you don't have to do any meetings for like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? Isn't that how it works? Yeah, thanks for the bits, Azalea and Mel. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I know you don't like hearing it, but take care of yourself because you're the only one that can do that. I'm not saying that it means like derail your progress or anything, but because you have enough internal conviction to return back to the grind, as you might put it, once you're better. Please do take care of yourself. Thanks, entities. I appreciate the concern for me, and I think I am taking care of myself right now. Like I am definitely prioritizing things that are important for me, like my health, over some work things and over some, you know, like I let go of me having a physical copy of the adventure ready for GameCon. I let go of that entirely. And that was really hard for me to do, and I still have a pit in my stomach over it. But like I realized that the burn required to get that done, in addition to getting the approval sketches for Quincy and other things that I have to do before the convention, if I could pick one or the other. And my priority is my work for Quincy and my commissions over the convention. And that was hard for me to let go of. And the only reason I have to pick between the two is because I got the fucking hospital shit that all last month. If I didn't get derailed like that, I probably would have been able to do both. But I sat there last weekend with a choice. Like I can try and get both these done and kill myself, or I can prioritize the thing that's actually important, which is Quincy's book. And so I am prioritizing and letting things go so that I don't incinerate myself in an unhealthy way. So just know I am, you know, trying to be good at least. Did you get the Twitch goal? I forgot to ask earlier. The plus. Did I get the plus goal on Twitch? I excitedly went down here to check. And it still says, help me earn points to reach plus level 1. I don't know what the fuck Twitch is on.
Anything but that. I can't do any meetings. And sadly, I am at the mercy of scientists as they are the reason I am employed.
Ah, shit.
Also,
yes.
I came in late, but you gotta take care of your health.
I will. I am.
Push on to help mentally tackle this.
Let's go.
I'll bonk you right before you do the Bloodborne die of the fire bit Van Blhart.
I assume that's a dramatic death because I've never played Bloodborne, but thanks, Mel. Thanks on your bits. I appreciate it. Thanks, dude. So we decided to focus on this goal where when in March, you guys in March said, we're going to come out with we're going to show up with tier 3s because we want to get you over the line, Evan. And in March, you guys showed up and got me over the line. You got me over 100 points. And then again in April, you guys kept your tier 3 subs and got me over 100 points. And then in May, you guys some of you got a tier 3 sub in May to get me over the line. So this bar has been filled over 100 3 months in a row. I have no fucking clue why it's saying this plus level 1 stuff, and I'm gonna send Twitch a ticket. Because this is not like multiple people decided to tier 3 sub to get me over this line. And I'm a little pissed off, and I'm trying not to let this ruin my day, but something is wrong with this. I don't know what's up with it, but I'm displeased.
Give this man the Twitch Plus.
Right? Right? Because, like, I met the qualifications. I earned it because you guys pushed me over the line intentionally 3 months in a row, just like they said you have to do. Okay? So, I don't know. I'm mad. I'm mad. But I'll figure it out. I'll send them a message or a DM. I don't know if they'll care about me, but we'll see. Question about your questions. I assume most of the time is full character art. Would you be open to do random weapons and objects? I may have asked this before, but I can't remember. Sorry if it's me asking again. No, you're good. Like an RP, D&D, WoW, and like to have art thrown into Discord of items found in treasure hoards, or be focuses of missions and artifacts retrieval. Like I give a list of what base item would be: longsword, gem, dagger, staff, etc., and let you go to town on. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now. So on my coffee, that's where I take requests like this. So they're currently all sold out right now, but this is what I'm doing. I'm doing a landscape request for Silesian from coffee. So when my coffee slots open back up, and I decide however many slots I want to open up for June, that's where I do it from. Is I don't usually take items and landscapes and stuff like that as formal commissions. It's usually just request style like this. But it's done through light requests through coffee, not full formal commissions. So you don't have to wait 6 to 8 months to get a piece done. You just wait until the slots are open again, and then right.
I'll give them.
I know, right? I'm just mad about it, bro.
Sorry, my inner Boston is coming out.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided that like I met the requirements 3 months in a row, like they said. So I don't know what the deal is, but yeah. On topic, Evan, I got art of the BBG in my campaign that was supposed to be a March commission slot, and the artist has been entirely MIA since early April, so don't feel too bad. Well, I mean, hey Evan, the standard in the bar for artists and timeline is so ultra low it's on the ground. Don't worry about it. Still doesn't feel good, Silesian. It still doesn't feel very good to me. So, Margot, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Honored to have you. Hello, my friend. Appreciate it. Yeah. So, I'm trolled. I'm just mad. Fucking Twitch ruining my day. I think we can actually use the line work from this for our bridge. Can we? Let's see. Let's see. I did try and make it look a little bit fancier than normal, so. Nope, not good enough. Not good enough. Okay, that's fine. We draw it all out. I was hoping I could reuse some of like the fancy stuff, like the stuff I did in Symmetry, but the rest of it just looks too scuffed to be able to do it, so. I'll have to grab the Symmetry tool and do it again. That's fine, though. I tried. I appreciate it though. Dylan got that commission months ahead of time for wait, for what? Some delays of work. Remember how long it was for request to actually getting the character for my new campaign. The first section of the new campaign was last Thursday. Oh, sick, dude. Let's go, man. Well, I do want to be a whole lot more snappy and responsive on projects, and I don't want to book myself too far out in the future again. So that's actually what made the decision for me to basically operate on a very, very closed, very exclusive waitlist, is because I don't want to get stuck in projects again, where I'm now doing stuff, you know, that I'm like booked when I'm having to choose between like big important projects and important clients, and then also people that I promised stuff to like 5 months ago. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good whatsoever. So now if somebody does go on a wait list, I basically make sure they're super understanding that it's a very abstract wait list, that it could be like months before I do new projects. But basically I'll give them first refusal for commissions, more or less, before I post. Like that's kind of like my mask off dark toxic trait, is when people say, how do I get on your commission list? It's like, or where do you post when you get commissions opening? Or it's like, I don't really actually ever post that I have commissions open. Ah, shit. But I never want to say that to somebody because it feels like an asshole-ish thing to say. Because they're like, but I want you to do a character for me. How would I get a character from you? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. You'd need to DM me and then get put on some like non-existent special secret wait list, I guess. Be a person in my stream chat that knows, or that is there when I say, hey, my commissions are now open again. I guess that's the... Wait, so you're saying I have to be in your stream the day and the moment you decide to say that you're accepting people on your wait list, and then I have to just like be there and have heard that? Yeah. Well, that's unreasonable. I know. Right? What's up, Koi? Good to see you, dude. Hello. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Mm-hmm. What kind of weapons does Endrick wield? Typically, just a really big fucking greatsword. In our current campaign, he has a full blade, which is a 4th edition item. So I think that just translates in modern D&D in 5th ed to just a really big, really well-balanced greatsword. A Zweihander or whatever. And one piece I need to get made is my Mage's Spellblade. Not sure how much WoW lore you know, but I see he has a pre-sundering highborn spellblade he got from ruins of Dalaran. Oh yeah, I know. I know way too much about WoW lore, so no, that tracks. Don't worry, you can speak WoW lore to me. A pre-sundering highborn spellblade from the ruins of Dalaran. Oh, okay. I kind of like that. Was there a specific character that was that owned the sword, or was it just like in the vaults in Dalaran? Because there's some cool quests in the War Within of like basically after Dalaran got destroyed, of like all the cool shit that were in the vaults that just like is lost now. Please don't say Millhouse Mana Storm. Fuck, just anything but Millhouse Mana Storm. Ronin, for God's sakes, even. I basically did the shut up and take my money meme to get on the commission list. Yeah, actually, though, right? This is definitely an unquantifiable amount of time away, but would there be a way to modify the Keldor commission into an alien unique species for the Eldara setting? That would be doable. The only problem is that I don't think that a mask that in the form of the one that the Keldor wear would translate to Eldara. The idea of them having to wear a mask or something like that is not a bad idea, but the Keldor specific vibe I think is too science fiction. I'd have to try. That's the kind of thing that I think I'd be willing to try. I don't know if I could promise that I could do that. Because I love the idea, it's rad. I just have no idea how to visualize it right now. But that's fucking sick. Background's looking cool. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Well, how'd you like it, Koi? One-handing a great sword, perfect. I have just the feat for that. There we go. He took Titan's Grip. An EBA commission is about to be bottled like the Switch 2 sales to get a slot in. It's well, it's just very difficult to me because full-on commissions that I have to commit like 30-40 hours for. The problem is that that's like another piece for Eldara that I just don't get done. So I like doing Static Bloom Stew. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you. Like, I like doing it, but like, you know, when I look at like the stuff that people, I have to balance between two things. So people want commissions, and that's great. And they're here for commissions, and they want to get a commission of their thing, and then they get their commission and they're happy. Beautiful. But there's a lot of people that sub to my stream or follow me on Twitch or support me because they know that I'm building the setting that they want to play in. And so it's like I'm kind of withdrawing from the currency I build with them every time I do a commission. And I really want to honor that support over years. You know, like if I was just a commissioned D&D artist and I didn't have like a project I was working on, you know, there's a lot of people who are long-term followers of me that probably would unfollow or like not give a shit about what I'm doing just because, like, you know, seeing people's D&D characters and commissions all the time just doesn't interest them. And like, fair enough, you know, that's totally, I'm not like mad about that. And I have to balance those two things. I think most of people who follow me for the Eldara stuff know I still have to survive. And they don't mind when I take commissions and do this kind of stuff because it's like, well, how is Evan going to have time for anything if he can't like eat? So there's that. But if I change the balance too much and like if I took 30 coffee requests a month, like that's livable income on just coffee. But then I don't have any time for Eldara. And it's like, does anybody then who wants to see the project feel like I'm taking their, you know, their 60 months of sub seriously? And it is definitely a balance that I have to kind of strike. So an actual full-on formal commission, I'll just be honest, they're very expensive, they're really hard to get, and I'm not searching for clients for those basically actively almost ever. If someone wants to pay me to do a full formal character, yeah, like I'd love to, but I'm never gonna put out probably a post, and maybe I will, like just to open it up for people who are serious, but I'm never going to seriously pursue only a career where I'm doing commissions. And I very, very rarely, if have ever, put out a formal post saying my commissions are open, hit me up. I actually don't think I can't think of a single time that I've ever done that, like made a post that looks like that, to be honest. It's always just like a wait list that's maintained from people sending me a message on Discord or whatever. I'll be honest, I just stopped responding to TikTok DMs altogether for it. And coffee's a great in-between, I think, because it's small projects for people where people can get stuff that they want done, and I love doing them, but it's also only like a 4-hour project. You know? Pre-setting before the Well of Eternity exploded. Z, Sylvain Mage, was in Dalaran when it crashed. Oh, so this is an original character. Okay. He was already super delusioned by the Kirin Tor's way, and he laid his battered and broken on the shores of Kazalgar. The blade was secured in their vaults, but it called to him, and an inch from death, it healed him when he grabbed it. Does not have its wielder's soul in it for back in the day, but so much magic was cast into it from the previous wielder, it had an echo of his sentience. That's kind of cool. It's like kind of like along the Guardian stories or whatever, like Meryl and whatnot, and those guys. I like those kind of stories in Warcraft, so that's rad. Thanks for lurk, Jess. Appreciate it. Now wanting to be an Eldara piece. Yeah. Just unique species would want to do or want to. Wait, you would want to do an Eldara, and or if there are any category you'd want more fantasy, because I like those too. Such I'm asking you finally do artwork, world building, a species that I can play in Eldara at some point, maybe, hopefully. Totally. Like that will be a thing available on my Coffee or my Patreon. Will be basically a sponsorship post where you can sponsor me to do something, more or less. So hopefully Eldara sponsorships will pop off so you can balance both your world and your finances. Yeah, I think they will, Sabine. I'm hopeful. But it'll all kind of come down to whether or not the Kickstarter does well. And if it doesn't do well and Eldar isn't a world worthy of supporting and whatnot, then, you know, fair enough. I need to work harder to make it something that people actually want to play in. So, you gotten some good feedback about the adventure? To be honest, you're basically the only person that gave me any real feedback about it. So, it's fine. It's fine. I think I need to make a more I need to make a more finished version. I think people wanted the maps done, the tokens done, and those kind of things done before they were to play the adventure. And you know, sure, I understand that. So. No, not really, unfortunately, but hopefully, after I can do another, like, an updated release, I'm not gonna have a print version for GameCon, and it's not gonna be ready for GameCon, like, finished, but I want to have a version 2 with all the tokens and maps and things that basically I'm okay showing to someone brand new who has no idea what the fuck I do at GameCon and ArdCon, so I have 2 weeks to do that. ArdCon's like, whatever. It's like a small little local convention, it's awesome, but it's also, like, whatever, legitimately. But for GameCon, I really want to have something more finished. So maybe once I release that updated version, then people want to test it out or take a look at it or something. You know? We shall see. We shall see if it's worthy of the time. I haven't got to play it, so I can't really give feedback. Exactly, yeah. Totally fine. Yep. And I kind of suspected, like, there was a lot of, like, excited GMs saying, oh yeah, as soon as the beta's out, man, I'll, like, read through it, I'll give you all this feedback and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, what percentage, like the percentage of people who say they're going to versus actually do is probably somewhere around, like, I was thinking, like, maybe, like, 25%. But it's actually a lot lower than that, so. It's fine. Maybe it just wasn't that good, and that's also, like, good feedback. People are like, ooh, Evan, God, bro, what, oh, man. Oh, buddy, this is really not good. Oh, boy, and they just don't want to tell me, so that could be it, too. But I'll keep developing and keep releasing versions, and feedback or not, I will have a next version ready in a week or so, and we'll go from there and see what people think. Right? Right. Yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. You previously said they can already struggle just to meet up for their regular campaign. Now you need to find a group to run it with. Right, yeah. Yeah, who has time or space to run a new campaign? You know? It's all good. I think what I might do is I might try and focus on getting the Astral Knight ready for GameCon instead of the adventure. So I have something there that's like a physical print that I can say, hey, look at this, I did this thing. And then if you want to see the beta for my adventure, here it is. And it should be out in a couple weeks. So if you want to follow along for the project. I am also, don't forget, at conventions, I am just an accessory for Blackwood Dice, though. I am just a very handsome accessory for arm candy. Or booth arm candy. I hang off the arm of Ella's booth. So. You know. I know my place at the convention. Look, dude. I know what I'm doing. Why are D&D players so afraid of commitment? Because D&D players are made up mostly of adults, and I think adults are afraid of commitment. Yep. No adult wants to have their next Saturday pre-booked for even a week from them, so they're just tired. You know? That's actually one really nice thing that Ashley said. Basically, she's like, if you guys ever show up and you didn't like prep or want to do or whatever, or didn't level up or anything like that, we can just like play games and like hang out and stuff and just chat and yap. Which is nice. Which we've done that before too, and but we try and play at least some D&D every night. Some nights are a bit more yappy. Alright, take care, Firemaster. Good seeing ya. Have a great day, bro. Trophy husband? I like to think I'm a trophy husband. Ella brags about me all the time. You know? Ella's her favorite Disney movie is like a tie, and one of them is Pocahontas, and there's a line from that movie that she uses about me. She says, "I'm her handsome, sturdy husband who builds handsome, sturdy walls." I try, dude. I try, dude. If Ella brags about me, that's like the best. Are you kidding? I want Ella to have so much to brag about. I want to be the best fucking husband I can. Holy. Love the Yappy D&D cancel nights. Ooh, they're pretty good, aren't they? People do love new classes and subclasses, Legion. The issue is I have a couple pieces of art that I need to finish rapidly before I can push the actual class out. And I need to format a couple of things and spells and whatnot, and rewrite my spells. So this is about the time when I'd want to pay an editor $200 to go through my fucking thing and edit everything properly for D&D formatting. But I did not budget for that yet, so I am my own editor. I'm hiring for this one. The next class, maybe I'll be able to hire a fucking editor properly and say, hey, can you format all the spells, make sure everything's like worded correctly and whatnot. But the problem is you need an editor that plays Dungeons and Dragons and understands the vernacular. Don't know if it's you. I have Z's entire backstory written out if you'd ever like to see it. I mean, if you post it in Discord, I got some time on not this weekend, but next weekend I'll be in the car for a couple of hours, and I'd love to read about that. If you post it in like writing and homebrew, fuck yeah, are you kidding? I love reading about characters, especially like a Warcraft character, dude. Like, hit me up. Let's get it. If you're willing. Okay. Use the base. The symmetry parts here. Yes. Yes, gut. Gut. Das ist indeed gut. Thought that would lead to making a better character or seeing the group's style mesh. Wait, for what? You get $200 for all that hard work, though, right? Wait, for what hard work? For what hard work? $200? I'd take $200. Fuck, man. You kidding? For the conventions? Or what? I don't know what we're talking about. I'm sorry. How tall, heavy, how old, hair and eye color. Endrick is very tall. He's about 6'3", 6'4". He is 230 pounds lean, 8% body fat. Has great ab genetics as well as long bicep heads instead of the short head. What else about Endrick? Dark brown hair, dark brown eyes, man. Just like your boy Evan. He's like me if I was tall, physically impressive, handsome, and about 5 or 10 years older. Yeah. For being an editor for your big project. Oh. I mean, depends for a class, yeah, but for the adventure, it'd be a lot more than that. Are you kidding? For the editing the whole adventure, God, it'd be substantially more than that. A class, I don't think would be too much, but just for the whole adventure, no. Adventure would I'd pay way more than an editor for the full adventure would cost probably close to $1,000. I think for like the Kickstarter, I'm in my own head budgeting around $1,000 for editing the adventure. Classes are very quick, but for like a couple of hours of work. The adventure, no, it's a serious commitment, unfortunately. Evan was describing himself for like 1 second. Oh yeah, 6'3". No, I have a short bicep genetic, you see. You see, like you see that? That's my bicep. That's where the head of my bicep ends. So, right? Like I don't have the long bicep genetics, so I have more size, but not that nice like Arnold shapeliness. Endrick, my idealized version of myself, has that shapely bicep genetic. So, character descriptors nobody cares about. What kind of bicep genetics does your character have? Do you ever buy a video game and not play it? Probably haven't done that in a while, to be honest. I don't buy a lot of video games anymore. It's not got much time to play them. Huge abs, huge biceps, extremely handsome, so basically Evan then? Oh yeah, Quite gets it. Yeah, Quite gets it. Henry Cavill levels of chest hair. Endrick Avalon is like if Evan Blair looked like a real fucking man at 35. Oh my god. Mario Odyssey for me, haven't touched it. Avail, you've not touched Mario Odyssey yet. When did you buy it? How long ago did your shame start? What do you mean you bought it and didn't even played it yet? Didn't that game come out like forever ago? Telling old wandering knight in his like 30s or 40s or 50s and 60s. I mean, you could age Endrick up if you wanted to. You can make him like a grizzled old sort of like fucking Star Wars clone in his 60s or some shit. One of those old dudes that's been fighting demons and shit for his entire life and still has it. Like one of the jacked old guys at my gym. Dude, there's this like group of old dudes that are in their like late 60s and they are fucking huge, man. They are absolutely huge. They're benching like 2.5 plates casually. That's real strong for an old guy, by the way. Real strong for an old guy. They're just benching 2.5 plates just casually. They were next to Dashto and I. When Dashto was in town, we went to the gym and they're like next to us. And they're like out benching Dashto and I. And Dashto's like, holy shit, man, how do you guys stay so jacked? And the guy's like, oh, you know, TRT and creatine. It's like, okay, fair enough, man. You're that old, you want to go on TRT? Like, fucking, sure, boss. You're allowed. You've earned it. 22-year-olds, you know, 35-year-olds going on TRT. I don't know about that, man, but you're in your 60s and you just want to fucking crush iron, just be an old jacked dude that's stronger than like everybody half your the old gays. I don't think they're gays. I think they talk about their wives, so maybe they are. That's what the gym together. But I don't know, I've never asked, so I don't know, man. I guess that's part of the lore. What about Tears of the Kingdom 2 for 1 deal or something? Oh, well then, come on, that's fine. It was a 2 for 1-er. You didn't intentionally go out like on release, buy the game, and then just, you know, like making a dating profile for your D&D character. Exactly. Let's go. The formatting for D&D is a killer. Are D&D editors easy to find? Do they cost a lot? Yeah, the problem is a lot of people have offered to be an editor, but the problem is like if somebody, I know D&D, like people who can edit D&D content are out there. The problem is I've never met a professional one. I've had a lot of people over the years say, I can edit your stuff for you. I'll do it. I'm an editor, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, cool. Let me see your like portfolio, website, whatever, some of your work. And they're like, oh, what? Like, yeah, man. Like I'm like, you know, where like just give me the stuff you'd normally apply to like a publisher with. And they're like, oh, I don't have any of that. I'm like, I need to know that you can do it though, you know? I want to pay you a professional rate and I want to hire a professional. And this is a problem. So the actual like formatting for stuff, I don't mind, I can do. So I don't need a person that's like extremely experienced with D&D stuff and RPGs. Just like someone who can do general like edits that then I can format after. So I don't need someone to do layout and formatting.
That's how tired and out of it I am this morning.
Right?
I just realized I put dark brawn instead of dark brown.
Not a mistake.
In the description section I
nope.
put Henry Cavill body, rugged Evan head.
No, he has to be handsome.
Visitors,
Oh,
how
damn it.
exciting.
Oh my god. Speaking of handsome people, Say, what's up, dude? How's it going? The legend. How you doing, Say? Say, I was chilling with you for a bit this morning during what is it? Draw everything June? No, what's the June challenge? I was doing my warm up, so I was just chilling with you. But good morning, Say, or good afternoon. I guess it's afternoon for you, isn't it? No, it's afternoon for me. Jesus. Elir, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Draw everything June. Okay, what do we draw? What do we do? Do we decide on draw everything June, or we just yap the entire rest of the fucking stream, including the hour that or the half hour, 40 minutes I caught? You aren't following Say, man. Go over and give Say a follow. Say's a good time. A good time, as they say all the time. And I'm a fan of the stream, so appreciate it. From Adora, Adorkstock on Blue Sky. Oh, okay, interesting. I've never heard of that challenge. I kind of like it. Draw all the things. Maybe we'll do like Hate Your Life September, where I just get people to draw boxes and shit all day and actual fundamentals. What's up, Dark? How's it going, man? Wait, Say, that's your new hard emote, right? That's the new one, right? I like that. That's a good one. That's a good one. Because I'm thinking of the weird fucking owl bat thing. That's the old one. Wait, what is this emote? What the fuck? Sorry, I just got stunned. I just scrolled down on my own fucking emote page on BTTV or 7TV, and I just saw that at the bottom. I'm like, wait, that's my writing. Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Okay, sorry, I just got stun locked there for a second. It just caught my eye. Anyway, Owlbat, it's a cat. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. Those the new ones? They look good, dude. They look good, man. Good job, Say. You getting out there and doing the thing. You doing the emote thing. I gotta do the emote thing, bro. I'm so bad at being a Twitch streamer. Maybe that's why Twitch didn't give me my plus thing this week. God damn it. God damn it. What channel did you posted in? A screenshot my TDRP. Writing and homebrew. Yeah, writing and homebrew. That's the one, Charlord. Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Said hi to Dark. Posted a censored bar. Alright, rad. Vardy has his own emote now, but why? But why, okay? Was it required? Was it necessary? You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. Retribution for the orb? How's the retribution? What do you mean? Oh, speaking of retribution for the orb, I never actually checked my YouTube video from last night. I gotta give my hand more breaks this month more often, so I need excuses to stop drawing for 5 minutes here and there. So we're gonna go real quick, check the YouTube. Let me see how the video did. See if people liked it. Let's see. All right, let's see. 3 of 10. That's pretty good. 2.7 thousand people saw that video. Wow, dude. Dude, if you told me, because we did our, if you guys missed it earlier today, we did the 6-month check-in here at EBA. Okay. If you told me at that, like on January 1st when my YouTube subscription was 0, that was possible. You know what, honestly, unironically, my goal for the end of the year was 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. We're almost there in June. All right, see what people said about this video. Okay, fine, he can draw men, but I have yet to see a man without a beard. What? 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 Hold on. Hold on. Did I post this video? What? What is this slander? What is this slander? Where is it? Wait, this might not be slander. The first thing. Shut up, Evan. Fucking link this shit. No. Damn it. Slander, I say. There you go. Like. There's the same comment. Again. Are Avengers like Oath Avengers Paladins? Sorry, Paladins are all I think about. Pretty much the same. Or they would both get kicked out of the same dorm party for attempting to retake a holy land or something. Sounds cool. I wish I could do D&D, so never played, but know lots about it. I hope you get the chance. Grab some friends and run a game for them. Happy face. I'm an elf druid that has spy's background. Neat. Neat. Start my first game next week. Ultra neat. Comment from Silesian? This is a great angle. Love the details in this one too. Like, heart. And should we reply to Silesian with the AI auto reply? Ooh. Ooh. Do we hit Silesian with the AI auto reply? I wouldn't do that to one of my favorite people in this guild. I would never reply to a comment from one of my favorite people that I've met on my YouTube or Twitch chat with the AI response. But if I had to, I'd click this one. Ah, shit. Damn it. Damn it. Now there's evidence. Ah, fuck, man. Oh, well. Sorry, he's cute. What does this mean? What is quotation whatever, or not a quotation, but like 3 little lines? What does this mean? Is this a face? That's a blush? Okay. I tried so hard to make him manly. Alright.
The Spitzdog is the meta for today.
Alright. Alright. The Spitzdog? Alright, let's see. Thank you, Doria. Thank you for your meta of the day. Meta of the day is the Spitzdog. Oh, that's a great dog. Oh, that's like a Pomeranian, but it could looks like it could like maybe fuck someone up a little bit. That's like, dude, this is like a... What the hell? This is like the blueprint for the Pomeranian. That's a great dog, Adaria. Definitely 6.78 out of 10. All right, let's see if TikTok enjoyed the video. And then we'll get back into it. My break will... Let's see, 1,300 views in one day? Oh my god. Let's see what people thought. It's like the knight from Castlevania Nocturne. W draw, by the way. Thank you. What a nice guy. What a nice guy, man. You had chance to quote Linkin Park there. I had a lot of chances to quote Linkin Park, and I chose not to. All right. All right. I doubt Instagram. Instagram never gets comments on videos. Ever. I don't know why. Nobody ever comments on Instagram. Oh, one person. Was it me? Or did I like it? What's his name? Endrick Avalon. liked by Scotty K Fitness and 190 others. What? Scotty K Fitness with 1.2 million followers on Instagram liked my art? Fuck! Wow, dude. Wow. I'm moving up in the world. Scotty K knows who I am. All right, there's one comment video. Okay, people like this one. Good. I'm glad people appreciated me drawing Endrick instead of me just drawing hot characters for Brooklyn and Sabine. You know, honestly, dude, imagine the social media growth that I would have if I just continued to accept commissions from Brooklyn and Sabine for the next like 2 weeks or 2 months. Oh my god, I should just start drawing characters for them. Holy, they know how to make bangers. Every single one of the characters that Brooklyn and Sabine like requested turned out like big request, big W's for people liking these characters. So pretty decent. All right, and that was our comment interlude. Now back to our regular scheduled art. Oops. I'm gonna go back to my thing so I don't miss any. I think my YouTube chat thing's working, but I like to have it up in the corner just in case it stops working. Our regular. Shut up, Evan. There we go. Yeah. Really thought YouTube has been putting your videos in my scrolls a lot. Like a lot. So I'm just gonna keep engaging on purpose. Maybe you'll win the algorithm. You know what? Honestly, that means a lot. It does. Because that's how YouTube just decides whether or not somebody is worthwhile of, you know, supporting and pushing. So you guys, like, there's a couple things that when you guys do, it makes a big difference. One is when you like a video. The second is when you comment on a video. And weirdly enough, this is the one thing that people never talk about. Like, creators will never talk about this, but I'll just say, I don't expect anyone to do this, by the way, but watching a video in its entirety is actually huge for YouTube. Huge for all the platforms, but it is huge. So I appreciate it. Like, every single person that decides to like do that decision makes YouTube send the video to like 10 other people or whatever, or more sometimes. So seriously, I mean it. Thank you very much. Like, seriously, that makes a big difference, and I hope you understand that. And I see that. I see the comments. I don't see the likes. I don't think specifically who likes it, but no, seriously, it means a lot. I'm confused, but Endrick is also hot. Oh, Evan, cards when? So pre-orders, like I said, should be available in the next week or two, and then the plan is, Dark, for the pre-orders to be for July. So I am going to this week. I think I'm missing stream tomorrow again because I've got my appointment at the hospital. I think I'm going to try and go and buy some paper to do test prints for booster packs. For the first round. And so if I can make a test print for booster packs, and I can make the process of making a booster pack and saying to myself, yes, this is fine, I like this, I could do this 250 times. If it so it needs to take me like under 5 minutes to do a booster pack, basically, because I'll get faster as I go. But once I have it like cut and printed to actually make a physical booster pack, it'll either be that, or there'll be like Mylar packs that I can seal, like crimp seal whatever with a heated thingy, like Ella's flat iron or some shit. She wouldn't let me use her flat iron, but you know what I mean. Like, you can iron it shut. So if I could do, it'll either be the paper packages that I make myself, or it'll be like a Mylar pack, and I have to figure out which is what it's going to be, and then it can be up for pre-orders. So that is the current. Check the YouTube one again. Okay. All right. YouTube. Nope, that's Instagram. Nope, that's Instagram again. That's YouTube. YouTube Studio. Career dashboard. I gained an extra sub, guys. Why are there 18 comments on this video now? What the fuck? Beard? Thank you. God, he wasn't born a smooth chin, right? 10 or 10 would crusade and hunt heresy with. At least someone would. Holy man. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. All right, you guys are hilarious. You guys are hilarious. Oh wait, sorry, let me catch up. I don't want to miss any chat. Took me a few minutes to figure out how to copy text from RP profile, but the Google Doc is posted. Let's go, dude. Do you optimize the video length based on average watch time? No, I try and make a video as short as possible while still having like a story, like a story that I want to tell in it. And the closer I can get to 30 seconds, the better, because shorter videos do better. I'm willing to have a video be up to about a minute, but I almost always will chop and cut and kill anything in a video if it's longer than a minute. I've thought about doing some experimental videos where I talk a little bit more at length about topics that I like want to, about art and character design, things like that, and make them like 3, 4, 5 minute videos, because sometimes people do shorts like I will watch occasionally a shorts here and there that are like a 5-minute short that I think are really fun. At that point in time, part of me really wants to just make a video, because on YouTube, if you want YouTube to think that you're a real person, like somebody left a comment on a video a little while ago where they basically said that I was just debating them. Like, it was one of the videos where I said people were complaining about me drawing too attractive of characters. They're like, yeah, I don't believe you, fuck you, like you're just trying to like make money and like get people's attention if everyone believes us, they're like brain dead. They said get that bag though. For one, it's like, bro, have you not seen the comments on my previous videos? Like, all you have to go is look at the comments and you know that like I'm not memeing. And two, YouTube doesn't fucking pay me at all. And if you want to get paid by YouTube, you have to meet this criteria. And so one is either you have to in 90 days have 10 million short views. And in the last 3 months, I only have 485,000, which is still an unreal number. But still, I probably only have like a total like a million short views. I wonder if I do actually. I wonder if there's a way to see your total views. Probably not though. And you need to have public, or in a year, you need to have valid public watch hours. So how do I have, so short views don't count as public watch hours. The thing that counts as public watch hours is people watching your stream or a real posted video. So Salesian out here, Cass out here, fucking one-shotting, you know, my public watch hours for me, just helping out on the YouTube stream, which is great, and I appreciate it. But if I was to do a longer video where I talk more in depth about something, I think I'd probably want to do it as a video to get the public watch hours up, as opposed to just a really long short.
I have reviewed the new short.
Yes, hello.
These women the art man draws
yes.
are becoming scarily masculine.
What?
He might convert to a male drawer soon.
Damn it. Damn it. Then am I gonna lose my clients, Aduria? Shit, thanks for the bits, bro. I appreciate it. If I start drawing masculine men, then maybe I'll actually be commissioned by Fish and Bacon one day. Maybe I'll see Fish and Bacon on her alt in my DMs saying, yes, hello, honored Guaylo artist. I mean Evan. I mean shit. Hi. My name is nobody. Damn it. I need you to draw hot men for me. But I'll know. I'll know it's just I'll know she ain't posting on main, so. My bot is always watching that store page waiting for me to send me a DM directly to plug for an instant purchase for me. Oh, come on, dude. You're hilarious. Okay. Mm-hmm. You have to revoke friendship with every single VTuber in existence, unfortunately, but necessary. You're right. Friendship with Galaxy Goldfish and it ended. Now streaming on Kick is my new best friend. Or wait, what? Shit. Me setting Evan some extremely gooner shit? Yeah, right. But just from main as well, not even on the alt. Not even on alt. Just the power move. Right? Just an absolute power move. Where is it? Where's the meme generator? Fuck. I'll find it later. Yeah, Koi knows. I don't have an alt, man. I'm pure Sigma energy. Exactly, right? What was the matching number we were looking for? For which one? For which one? What number could you possibly be talking about? Azalea. Watch 250 run all sell to one person. Oh. There's no way. There's no way. The green dragon. Oh, it's 100. Yeah. The match number for green dragon is 100. Yeah, straight up 100. Merry Christmas feedback whenever you go on break. For sure, dude. Is it in Discord? In studies, whip and FB. Is that where it is? Dark's not actually gonna buy all 250 fucking booster packs for first edition. Look, if all 250 booster packs sell out for first edition, I will make a second edition print. It's the way I'm going to maintain. Like, I want these to be available for conventions and stuff. So once you nerds buy out the first edition, then for Edmonton Expo and stuff, I will have second edition available. And they'll just be they'll still be serialized, but they'll be serialized as a second edition. That's the way I'm going to do this for the rest of my career. Is I'll have a limited run of first, second, third, and then probably first, second, and then an unlimited edition. If in 5 years I'm doing crazy well and people like want the fucking cards, man, then there'll be a first edition, a second edition, and an unlimited edition, which won't be numbered and serialized. You should buy even one card if you want. Say I'll send you a promo. So I got to figure out the promo for the month, by the way, because the tier 3s in my chat get a promo every single month. So I got to figure out some art I can do for the promo for this month. If you want one of them, I'll send you one. This was last month's promo. Is what it looks like. So I want to do a, and this was to 25. So I need to do promo number 7 will probably be, oh, I'm not doing, okay, listen, this was a joke. This is not going to be the promo. I'm not making this the promo, okay? This was an accident, okay? This was an accident. I didn't mean for this to be the promo. This isn't the promo. This is a joke. Okay, nobody wants a shitty sketch of shirtless Darsarian from... When I go to 250 packs, they won't be all available because I am keeping some in reserve for myself. So no, the run is still the run is still like about 180. That hasn't changed. I'm just saying 180 versus 250. It's just total number of produced versus what's available. That's, you don't have to worry about anything, Dark. I can draw their 50 hands, no problem if you want. Just wondering if you see pattern the current ones. Okay, we'll take a bit of a dive on it. Yeah. The guy drawing today remind me of your meme version of Dressler. Why not though? Because nobody wants this fucking guy. This isn't worth a tier 3. Okay, you spend 25 US standard dollars for a tier 3 sub, and this is the shit you get in the mail? This is the shit you get in the mail from me? You want a fucking meme from like 4 years ago of Darsarian the Dark Merchant? No, come on. Where are the promos I was doing? I guess I need an idea for a new promo.
Right. We want Long's Aryan.
You're not getting the long one. You're not getting the long one. You're just not getting the long one, Daria. You're not getting the long one. No. Stop it. God fucking damn it. Make it an ultra rare card? Well, it is ultra rare because it's limited to 25. Like when I print these cards, rares and promos all have a number on them. So like here is the coveted card number 1 of the Runes of Horizon. So what that means is there's only ever 25 of these cards, and you know exactly which number you have when you get one. Darcy told me on Fox, it's not the promo for the month. It's not the fucking promo. Wait, what are you doing? I didn't sell you on shit. What is wrong with you? I'm not making him the promo. You guys don't want. Oh my god. Okay. Fine. Fine. Okay. Fine. Fine. Okay. Fine. You guys think you're fucking funny? Is this what you want? Wait, what the fuck? Why is Discord streamer mode off? What in the fuck? What? Okay, sorry about that. Will not get pinged again. All right. Fine. You want your tier 3 promo to be Darcerian the Dark Merchant? There you go. There's the promo page of Darcerian the Dark Merchant. There will only ever be 25 of them. There you go. Discord's been doing this to pretty much everyone? Really? Discord hasn't done that to me since like 3 years ago or whatever. He's beautiful. All right. Say, I will send you one Darcerian the Dark Merchant. Send me an address of somewhere in the world to mail it, and I don't send them out until later in the month though, and I will send you a Darcerian the Dark Merchant in the mail if you like. So up to you, but if you want one, I have extras. I don't think I'm gonna get 25 fucking tier 3 subs this month. So there you go, man. There it is. There's promo number 6, Darcerian the Dark Merchant. Could there look like you to make special versions of the cards, alt artworks for one of a kind cards? So the only time that okay, to get a special promo, there's only one way to currently do it.
Let's go.
Yes, hi.
Soon as I get paid Thursday night.
No, stop it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Gifted sub to go to waste.
It's not worth it.
Is the swimsuit calendar?
July, August. July, August. Thank you for the higher bits. I appreciate it. July, August. There's only one way to get a promo slot. So when I say a promo slot, what does that mean? These cards are basically my pride and joy project.
Saika gifted a tier 1 sub to Vafama.
Say, stop. What are you doing? Chill, dude. Thanks for the gifted sub, though. I appreciate it. Thank you. Goddamn, relax. Relax. Let the hype train die. I didn't even mention it. Fuck. Thank you, Say. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. So the God damn it. The card slots, there will only ever be one promo number 6. And that is Darksarian the Dark Merchant. So I will make other promos to the future, but there will only ever be one promo number 6. Ever. And so if somebody wants a promo slot where I make it an official Realms of Eldara promo, the only way currently to get it is one way, basically. And that is to sponsor a piece of Eldara art. So the promos that are going to be made for characters, the only 2 people who are ever going to get promos was maybe, who currently have promos that well, they don't currently have them, but they will get promos, are Aduria, who's going to get a 1-of-1 promo for the Geminos, and Mel, who's getting a 1-of-1 promo of Zora, who is the Arukai monk class artwork. So if you wanted a 1-of-1 promo, the only way currently to do it is to commission artwork as a sponsor for something in Eldara. And that's it. And that's a 1-of-1 promo. And then you can probably sell that in 30 years for probably like $500,000. I don't know, like maybe $1 million. We'll see what the inflation's like, but somewhere around there. But yeah, I don't have a problem with doing it, but I'm not going to give up promo slots like very easily. Like these are a currency to me that I am extremely, like, if you had a piece of art that was like I did a commission for you of a non-Eldara character and you wanted a promo slot, it would be thousands of dollars because I'd have to give up a promo slot and I'd have to put some like Universes Beyond shit on it. So, all right, there you go, tier 3s. That's your fucking promo for the month is Darksarian the Dark Merchant. I hope you're all satisfied with yourself that you memed this abomination to existence. But you know what? Because I don't have anything better to make art for right now for it, well, you win this time. So I just want to give back to you. I appreciate it though, Say, but you don't have to do with that. Say, just your presence is enough of a profound honor to me that makes my day better, okay? You don't gotta do anything to give back besides just being yourself. Presence is a gift from people that you care about, so that's all I ever gotta do, and I'll be more than thrilled. So basically comm piece for Eldara for you to use, more or less. But the sponsorship comms are very different, because basically the sponsorship comms they don't look like regular commissions. It is more or less somebody saying, hey, I want you to make art of the Geminos in your world. We chat, like Aduria and I chatted about things, but Aduria couldn't have said like, I want them to have like pink hair and like, you know, tails that have hearts in the end. Doesn't fit into Eldara. So one of the reasons why people don't do the sponsorship thing that often is because it's a sponsorship more than it is a commission. It is them saying, I want to sponsor and pay for something to be made in the world, but I'm not going to let somebody add something to Eldara that doesn't fit into the world, right? So like if somebody asked me for like Tabaxi, like I want to sponsor the Tabaxi for your world, I wouldn't do it because their Tabaxi don't exist, right? Or if someone said like I have a character that I want you to make, like, or I have an NPC I want you to make canon in Eldara, I'm like, sure, and they're wearing I don't know, they're wearing a baseball cap. I'd be like, no, there's no baseball caps in Eldara. So it's not really a common thing that a lot of people do. It's more about people who want to see something developed for Eldara, and me making a promo out of it is just kind of a way of me thanking them for their sponsorship, beyond the gratitude that I obviously have for them by just, you know, virtue of being insanely grateful for them supporting and basically purchasing a commission slot for something for Eldara. So in April Fools of Longsarian, yeah, like a different like kind of like Magic the Gathering Unglued promo. That's a great idea, actually. That's a fantastic idea. You want to sponsor a con by Skyknight that is a Fox Girl Izzy? Would that work? No, because the hair color doesn't work for Azalea in Eldara. Azalea's hair color wouldn't canonically that like maroon sort of like hair color that I did for Azalea, that's something that you wouldn't really find in Eldara. magically like enchanted hair colors like that, like things that you have to dye into, don't really fit the aesthetic of the world. That definitely it fits in a lot of fantasy worlds, but it doesn't fit in the Eldar design, like style guide. So like if you wanted like a canonical version of Azalea that would fit into the world as a Rokari, she'd have to be a little bit shorter and probably just had to change your hair color. Besides that, I think everything probably checks out for her. No baseball cast. What about Tukes? Okay, get bent. All right. Thorkin thinks he's funny. Can someone just check and see what timeline we're in where Thorkin thought he was funny? Do you mind? Do you mind real quick? Yeah, just can we just delete this timeline? Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, that's good, man. There you go. Your general idea of a creature type, or character as general possible physical characteristics that we would discuss. Yeah, it's totally fine. If you wanted to commission a character for the world or whatever, that is a character that I would use in some way, like an NPC that's for quests or whatever. I mean, that's what this character was. What the fuck was her name? That's this character, Mala Brightmeadow. So Mala's getting a 1-of-1 promo for the client as well. So there'll be the general whatever piece, but Mala is also a shopkeeper for Horizon. So somebody asked me for a Windra Astral Sage, and they said that I could use her for whatever I wanted, and I said, how about a shopkeeper? And she said she loved the idea. So she's one of my few Eldara enthusiastic TikTok viewers or enjoyers. Does not watch a live stream, doesn't want anything to do with this nonsense over here, bullshit on Twitch, but she sure likes whenever I talk about Eldara on TikTok, which I rarely do, but that was cool anyway. So she used that character art for her D&D game. Rest of the hair color and stuff wouldn't have to be the same. Was thinking more normal fox fur colors. Oh yeah, I mean then just doing like a short haired Rokari Sky Knight is totally fine. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, fuck, man. Make her some kind of a, I don't know, a captain presence on Horizon or whatever. Fuck yeah, that'd be sick, actually. First of all, it's spelled Tukes, not Tukes, so jot that down. I ain't gonna come between a Frenchman and his Tuke spelling here. So, A. That's all I'm saying, Soul. You know, what's up, dude? What's going on, man? Talked about that. We were talking about the canon Izzy for the swimsuit calendar. Oh, did we? I forgot if we talked about hair color and stuff. Yeah. Maybe there's a flat over there named wait. There's a fight over the name of the ugliest hat. You're not a Toque enjoyer, Koi? Really? You've never adorned a Toque? But I thought you were trying to be friends with Ella Blackwood. She's like the Toque queen. If you see Ella between September and April, she is never not in a Toque. Never not in a Toque. All right. I'm looking at Cavalier hat. What the fuck is a Cavalier hat? What is that, dude? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Boys.
give us food and shelter for the night, he can
POV chat right now.
for the Holy Grail.
Well, I'll ask him, but I don't think he'll be very keen. He's already got one, you see?
What? He says they've already got one. Are you sure?
Oh,
he's
that's
got
what they're
one?
talking about in
yes,
chat.
it's very nice.
I told them we already got one.
Oh.
Can we come up and have a look?
Of course not. You are English type, sir.
Damn it.
Well, what are you then?
I'm French. Why do you think I have this outrageous accent, you silly king?
What?
I love my French Canadians. I'm sorry. I love my French Canadians. Stop. I'm done. Okay, I'm done. That's the last one. That's the last one. That's the last time I link that fucking. I watched that clip when Thorkin starts speaking in French to somebody. That's the last one this year. Okay. Last time this year. I swear. In May. That's the last time I do it in May this year. On today's stream. I promise I won't do it again for the rest of the day. Okay? I will not play that clip again until the next time somebody posts something else in French in chat. Okay? I think I have this outrageous accent. Always makes me laugh. Yeah. I like your accent, Thorkin. Your accent's sick, dude. You kidding? I take everything you say at least 13% more seriously. I didn't know Soul was a French Canadian though. That's dope, dude. Did you grow up in the East, or are you one of the rare Canadian what oh, shit, what's the non-Quebec French fucking there's a word for it. Damn it. Like Thorkin. There's a word for the non-Quebec French-speaking Canadians, and I don't remember what it was. You a francophone supporter from across the ocean? Yeah, there you go. An imposter French Canadian. Oh no. Oh no. Crepes, right? Listen, man, I love you guys. What Toronto did to the Canadians this year was unacceptable. Y'all got done dirty. It's okay. Even if the Canadians can't win you guys anything, at least the Victoire have Marie-Philippe Poulin. The proper canonical pronunciation of Miss Poulin's name. French immersion French, mixed with English, high school, Parisian French later on. Ooh. You can speak Parisian French. We actually have a Parisian in chat as well, Soul. Mapache Guapo. His name might be in Spanish, but he's actually a Parisian. If you didn't know. It's why he barely tolerates Thorkin. He literally has the outrageous French accent. Thorkin coming in with a francophone Canadian heritage to clear up any misconceptions. Yeah, right. I grew up in Ottawa. I can't speak French. My German and Japanese are better. There you go. You get Nihongo Jozu'd by ANA stewardesses yet? You ever look at a menu on the plane and hit them with one of them osake wa or sake wa osusume and get hit back with the Nihongo Jozu? You're like, yeah, I know. I'm kind of a big deal. My Nihongo is very Jozu. It's a rite of passage whenever you go to Japan. My other favorite Western European language, German, right? Yep. I barely tolerate Thorkin because he is nice. He needs to be mean like the other francophones. That's true. Speak French have lost a touch with proper grammar, and now I just say things like I'm from Montreal to mess with people. I get the outrageous accent out there for laughs. Fair enough, man. Actually, though, right? It's like being hit with the ego no menu. The ano sumimasen ego no menu wa arimasu? It's not Kenchana. It's not Daijobu. It's the Ego no menu. You get hit with the, wow, your Chinese is so good. Did you go to university in Beijing? And you hit him with that Hai Xingba. Hai Xingba. That's what you do, Koi. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done, I promise. I promise I'm done. I want to possibly do a sponsorship because I think it'd be cool to see an NPC from it come into existence, but I would like to ask if it would influence an aesthetic. Does fire magic exist? And if so, if elemental in nature, or is it from another source in Eldara? Elemental magic does exist. It's a bit of a complicated topic. Elementals exist, but things like Ganassi don't exist there, so yeah. Depends on the level of sort of sentience that you want in the elemental. There's I mean, yeah, the elements are their own sort of force, but they kind of come from a bit of a esoteric place within the realms. So I do want to make some elementally sort of like enchanted or infused or gifted kind of race species type things, but it's a bit of a complicated subject that I need to really figure out how it works first. But it's definitely something that can be made in the future. They look at me, they know I'm Chinese instantly, they can tell what the enemy looks like. Oh no. Oh no. Not the enemy. Koi, you're only the enemy if you're an Akiba. I know enough Japanese that this hurts, yeah. Daijobu for Thorkin. You'll be Daijobu. See the video of Japanese with a southern accent? I don't think so. Kinda sounds rad. Also have a more enemy character that binds elementals and basically enslavs them to weapons / armor and make an enemy. An enemy like a villain. That could be arranged, maybe. Potentially be arranged. Enemy or a villain style character. Specific characters, that's interesting. Normally it's for like concepts, right? Like a race, a class, a place, things like that. But for specific characters, I don't know how it'd work. We'd have to like write it into an existing story somehow. But it can be done, I think, probably. It's not an enemy. I have no plans to go to Akiba. Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah, you wouldn't ever be caught dead in Akiba, would you? Mm-hmm. You go to the other place in Tokyo. The Fujoshi Haven. With all the shoujo stores. Mm-hmm. We won't even speak its name. Dark Shaman? Make him an evil style mercenary or anti-hero that helps people if it benefits him. Yeah, like right into a character into the adventure, something like that. Yeah, I mean, did I actually write anything about the Oh, I don't have it on World Anvil because I'm dumb. Well, Ripperino. Okay, get out of here, Monty Python. I would love to go shoujo shopping with Koi in Ikebukuro. Are you kidding? Holy man. Next time Ella and I are in Tokyo, I'm gonna have to take a fucking list for Koi. God damn, man. And knows my secret? In the Fujoshi store looking for Batman dojins. Koi, if I switch the word Batman Dojinshi, am I gonna regret it? Am I gonna regret it? Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, give me a sec. I need to grab fresh water. I'm basically down to ice in this one. All right. So, Ella just got home, guys. Ella just got home. And she brought me a haul. You know the like content meta of like pretty girls doing like fucking like makeup hauls and shit like that, or like luxury item hauls. They're like, look at how expensive stuff that I got. Well, I'm gonna try to do my own haul video. Okay, but this one's for artists. All right. I don't know how I'm supposed to format it. I don't have long enough nails to do this. But guys, today we have a VizTech haul. All right. I decided to treat myself a little bit. I've been working very hard, and for my mental, and also my my micro alignment is in retrograde with my star sign or whatever. So today we have a couple of cool things for our artist haul. First of all, we have hot Epson hot press bright paper, 25 sheets. All right, but because I'm entering hot girl summer, I decided to get 2. Okay. We also have Canon Pixma Yellow 65. Okay, as well as Canon PM. Okay, this shade I feel really brings out the PM in my artwork, but it doesn't end there, because some days you're feeling a little dark. We have Canon 65 Black, as well as Gray GY / Gris, because this is the French Canadian version. All right, straight from Montreal. We also have LGY for my light gray girlies out there that need a little bit of soft girl summer. We also have Cyan. I really feel the Cyan brings out the blue in my artwork really well, so I wanted to get a Cyan cartridge. And finally, last but not least, we got a second black, because first one you to clip it gets fucking banned. Okay. All right, that's my haul for VizTech. That's my VizTech haul. I'm not sponsored, by the way, but but maybe one day they see this. All right. Fuck was I doing? Making art today? This is an art stream or shit? Almost. God damn it. Almost. You happy with yourself now? I'm satisfied, but not happy, Bizzo. French Canadian gray, yeah. Black runs out faster, that's why. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I had no idea there are different gray cartridges. There are, say, when you have a real printer. When you have a real printer, you go up to either 5 or 7 or 9 different colors. My printer has what? How many? 7, I think, or is it a 9? Is it 7 or 9? I think it's 7. I don't know. It doesn't say on here. It doesn't say shit on here. Oh, if you go, okay, check this out. If you go to really high-end printers, though, 11 cartridges. Not only do you have GY, you also have PGY, MBK, PBK, and CO. Look at all that. Look at all those colors, man. Look at how fucking beautiful that shit is. Holy. I need a new printer. That just sounds like a scam. No, it really makes a big difference. Like the difference in quality between the prints that I make versus like the kind that you can buy from like your average, I don't know, print store, shop or whatever, it's actually pretty big. It depends if you just want like sort of like convention prints or if you want gallery grade prints, excuse me. So the prints that I make are far higher quality than they need to be, and almost nobody gives a shit about that. And I lose business because of it, because people see my prices for my prints are higher by about $5 or $10 than the normal artists. And yeah, it's still worth it to me because I have fun with it. I have fun LARPing as a real artist. That's the important thing for me to do. If I can pretend I'm a real artist, that's me being happy. Can I have your old one? My old printer? Bro. Probably. Like on the stream before I go. Thanks for chilling. I appreciate it. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your day, whatever you're doing today. Coloring pencil set of 250 colors is 11 is nothing, a lame printer. Damn, bro. I actually wanted to buy a set of colored pencils. And it was like, the one I was looking at was like $200, bro. Buying good like colored pencils and pigments is fucking expensive now. When I was in art school, they were like $75, $80. And now for the same set, it's like almost $250, $300. The fuck, man. Missed your joke? I missed a lot of jokes in stream. Sorry. But I get your feedback or later. Let me grind out a little bit on the. I realized the time when I was downstairs. Let me grind this out for a little bit, and then I can give you feedback. If you can't stick around, Thorkin, I'll just type it out in Discord for you, if you'd rather. I don't want to time burgle you just for the off chance that in another 30 minutes when I take a break that I'll be remember to do it. But I will absolutely go through and review it for you. 100%. I just realized how little I'd done on this in the last like hour or so. And there's the automated print store command. Let's go. Stream Elements doing the hard work for me. Thanks, Stream Elements. Yeah, man, printers get pretty intense at the high end. Nothing messed me up more at the convention in Edmonton than seeing artists throwing away their prints at the end of it. That I still haven't recovered from. There was a big artist that was like, had like an end cap thing at the Edmonton convention, and he was selling prints for, like $20, but he had like the, like 5 for 4 for 3 for 1, 17 for 69.5, like the general kind of deals that a lot of artists have at conventions. And his prints were like, his art was cool. His prints were pretty meh, in my opinion. But I'm like, I understand that convention prints, like the thing is, people think that at conventions that they like, how do I word this? Full bleed prints are considered to be like the standard for conventions. People want like full bleed. They don't want the white border. But the problem is that the white border is actually how you make a real print. Because if you frame or matte a print, the white border is not because your printer can't do full bleed print. My printer can do full bleed print. The white border is so you can matte and also have your signature outside of the artwork, right? Hand signs. So you have it like inside the artwork if it's digital, but if it's like a Giclée digital print, you still have the signature on the actual thing, and it's numbered and whatever, and then you can matte it and frame it properly. So that's the way my prints are. So dude had like, your standard issue, like whatever, full bleed prints. And they were like, mid poster quality tier, like just your average print. The same shit that everybody else at the convention has for the most part. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. People like the poster collecting. That's totally cool. There's nothing wrong with making art like that. But the dude had a big box, okay, with all of his prints in it. And at the end of the convention, Elle and I are taking down our convention or stuff, right? And I look over, and dude is standing at the garbage in front of me, in front of Elle and I's table. They put a bunch of garbages for all the vendors, and he's taking bundles of like 20, 30 of his prints and ripping them in half and throwing them in the garbage. And I was like, hey man, just curious, what you doing? And he's like, well, I don't want people taking them out of the garbage. And I was like, so you're just ripping them up? And he's like, yeah, man. I was like, just curious, isn't that like, I'm new to this whole convention thing. Why? And he's like, oh, because I don't want to like have to take this back on the flight. I had to pay extra for a heavy suitcase or whatever to bring him out here. I don't want to pay that for the way back. And I was like, but then you have to print new ones next time. He's like, yeah, it's like 5 cents a print or whatever. I was like, dude, my prints cost like $8 to $10 each to make. And the guy's like, what? You're not going to make any money like that. I was like, I guess not. Damn, bro. And that messed me up. He's like, you can get it printed for way cheaper. But obviously not like I make a fine art print, not like a poster. And I just didn't realize that there was this like culture of like the print being that disposable, you know, that just like kind of, I don't know why it bothered me. I was like, don't throw it out, just like save it, do something with it. I don't know, man, like take it back, that's your art, bro. But it was so normal, it was so casual, and I noticed as I was taking like stuff out to like doing trips to the car and back, I saw people just like doing the same thing, shredding their prints, throwing them out. I was like, God, this is so painful. I don't belong. I don't belong. Convention prints have a different function though. Convention prints mimic movie posters, which aren't supposed to be gallery quality. Totally. And there's that's just the culture behind it, right? But I didn't realize that was like the norm, you know? I thought that was like, I don't know how to describe it, like a subset or whatever. I didn't realize that like fucking everyone did that shit at the conventions, you know? I had no idea, man. That like that changed my brain. Couldn't do that? Me either, but I guess if it's all about just like the kind of cost and whatever and analysis and again, I'm not trying to like cast judgment on this. So artists doing that's totally fine. That's your business model. I got nothing but love for you. I think about my prints the prints that I make in such a wildly and vastly different way. And I know that what I do is weird and out of the norm. And I know that I pay a substantial price for it. But even then, I wonder if I need to change the marketing around my prints to call them fine art prints instead of like prints or whatever. Because the problem is that then if you want to be technical and obnoxious, and I'm not suggesting we be technical and obnoxious, but if you want to be technical and obnoxious, you wouldn't really refer to it as a print then. You'd refer to them as a poster. So you'd say I sell posters at conventions, or if you make a print of your work, that is actually a specific technical thing. It's like calling it a giclée versus whatever. So maybe I should market them as like a fine art print. And if I change like the way I do them by like matting them or something, I wonder if I'd do better like that. You know, because then there's not the assumption that I'm offering, like every single person that I had an example of my print for that felt it bought the print. Everyone who had got that far in a conversation who was like kind of unsure, as soon as I gave them a print out of a bag that was kind of like my test, like my sample, and I was like, this is like the kind of paper I print on, this is whatever, they feel it and they're like, oh shit, you know. And so maybe what I should do is I should market my stuff as fine art prints and then charge more to like separate from the whatever, the general sort of convention thing. And if I don't make any money, it's like I don't make any money, who cares, you know? We should get my mom's art scanned and done in nice gallery prints for her sale for her. She was a wonderful painter before her stroke. Yeah, you definitely could. There are lots more like art and framing stores do that than you'd think. And it's not too much to get like an entire body of work scanned. It's very affordable, I think. You could definitely think about doing that at some point in time. I was going to print my own prints, so I would never rip them up and throw them away, but I make them for about $1 per 5x7 and 6x9 print cost. You're paying for my work, not for the quality of the paper and ink, etc. when you buy my prints. Totally, yeah, and that's reasonable. So I wonder if I should be charging more for my prints then at the conventions to like, because they are a different. They're like you said, Koi. They're a different product. They're not like a print. They're like a fucking gallery grade, whatever, fine art, whatever print. How much you asked for? Let me see. Let me see. I don't fucking know. Let's see. 20 US. 20 US for them. Lou, hello, my friend. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What's up? What's good? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. How y'all doing? How was stream? Tell me your tales. What's up, guys? How you doing? Welcome in. Guys, if you aren't following Lou Art, you are missing out. One of Twitch's best in the art category, and I'm a personal fan. So, also a absolute fire Instagram. So if you aren't following Lou, go fix that shit. And welcome everybody from Lou's chat. We were just talking about prints and conventions and stuff. So I don't want to interrupt the conversation too much because we were kind of in the middle of it. But I will say thank you for the raid. Honored to have you guys here. We're drawing castles today when we're not drawing or talking about art prints. But it's good to see you, Lou. What's up? Good to see you. They had to pay to hang around with you. 20 USD is very cheap. So 20 USD, I don't make a lot on, to be honest, for these prints. And I've thought about charging more. So I charge about 25 then at conventions for my prints. And that's in line with other people. Because the thing is, I can offer a premium fine art gallery grade paper, whatever thing. But at the end of the day, like I can spend $6 on a single sheet of paper. And then like my printer and whatever else cost me like $8-10 to print. I can do that. But at the end of the day, if people don't value that, then it doesn't fucking matter. You know, a fine art print starts at around 50. Right, and so maybe I should value my art more like that, and treat it like because I treat it like a fine art print. Maybe I should start acting like it's a fine art print. Part of the problem, though, one of the reasons that it's kind of standing my way with that, Koi, is that prints are typically made in editions, though. So here's the issue: if I were to make an edition of prints, it'd be a very substantial upfront cost for me. And then I have only a certain amount of those prints in an edition. And I'd like to do that. It's just very expensive to do that. And I don't know if people give a shit about it. So like when I talk about a 13x19 print, do I have one up here that I can show you? I don't think I do. So if I do a proper edition of art in 13x19, you're raising your online shop to be 30 at the minimum right now. My shop doesn't get a lot of traction though, to begin with. I don't think the market, air quote, would accept a higher price point for my work. So, rare to see regular poster type prints for 35 US at conventions in my area. Really? To the con I go to, there wasn't any print of any kind cheaper than 45, and some of the ones I saw were just standard printer paper. I got the first editions I could. Yeah. Yeah, you did. Thanks for that, man. I appreciate it. Trust me, it's not the price point. It's because the art sucks, doesn't it, Koi? It's because the fucking art sucks. God damn it, she's right. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I should start treating them like that, like fine arts, and doing it as editions and stuff. I think the opposite, you get low traffic, and then so the person is going to there intentionally. People will go there on purpose, will spend more than $20. It would be nice to make literally any money on my print store. It would be nice to literally make any money. That would be kind of cool. Hey, you know, that'd be real cool. Cause like, hey man, hey, you know, this shit doesn't go very far. It's pretty expensive, dog. Yeah, maybe. It's extremely common, often actually low cost, make people assume your work is cheap and higher prices associated with quality. Do it. So the question is, am I willing to lose all my print customers to treat my product more seriously? To be honest, I think so. So we just won't lose them? You think so? Okay. You know what? You guys are right. You guys are right. Generally, I don't listen to any advice about what I should do for my art career because everybody's wrong and dumb. But you know what? I've been thinking about this a little bit in the back of my head, and I think you guys are absolutely right. I think I need to start treating my... I take my prints as seriously as gallery fine art prints, and I treat them like they're convention prints, and I can't do that. I can't fucking do that, dog. You're practically stapling QR codes for your shopped players' foreheads. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Doesn't Panic buys the rest of the stock at discounted price? You likely get more customers. People who wouldn't buy it for cheaper were never going to buy it anyway. That's a good point. All right, well, if anyone wants any prints in my print store, I will happily honor any prices for whatever until I change it. So if you want any prints from my print store, man, please go and grab any of the prints that you wanted, because I am going to be changing them and branding them as fine art prints. Yeah. You know what? You know what? Let me hold on. Let me just like talk out loud, think out loud for a second, and tell you why I'm agreeing to this so easily and why you didn't have to twist my arm very hard. So there's two things to think about in when it comes to art and commissions and people telling you to raise your price. One thing I tell artists that are willing to ask me about it is don't let people tell you to raise your prices. Because the problem is, let's just say your rent is $1,000 and you charge $100 for a commission. And people say, oh my God, you should charge $200 for a commission. You're so undercharged. You're so this, you're so that. You need to charge more for a commission. People like feeling like they're saying, it feels good to encourage someone and say, you're more valuable than that. You're so worth it. But at the end of the day, if your rent's $1,000 and you got 10 commissions a month and you raise your price to $200 and you get 1 commission a month, are those friends going to give you the other $800 that you're missing to make rent? No. So at the end of the day, people love feeling like good about themselves, saying, bro, you're so worth it. You should charge more. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. But at the end of the day, they're not responsible for you. So you should be very careful about listening to people telling you to raise your prices. So normally I listen to that kind of stuff. I'm like, I appreciate it. But, the reason that I'm not even gonna like worry about this or whatever, and the reason why I'm willing to go to the convention with higher prices and whatever, and you guys didn't have to twist my arm at all on this shit, and I'm just agreeing, is because I recognize that the decision that when I was just telling you why I did what I did about how the market wouldn't accept a higher price point, that is a decision and that a conclusion I arrived at based on fear. And I think one thing, if there's one ethos, one thing that I believe in more than almost anything else with my career, is never, ever, ever make a decision based on fear. If you're afraid of something not working out, if you're afraid of a risk, if you're afraid of people not liking your stuff, you're afraid of losing your clients or whatever, but it's something you want to do or you feel like you should do, it's almost never worth it to make a decision based on fear. Caution's different than fear, by the way. Caution's okay. If you like want to slowly raise your price up to the point that you're okay with, because for commissions, because you're trying to be cautious and you don't want to destroy your client base, that's fair. If you say, I don't want to raise my prices because I want to compete with everyone else on VGen and they're only willing to pay $25 for a thing, then you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. And I realize that the simple act of me saying I'm trying to compete with convention prints as a fine art maker, that is a decision based on fear. And that's exactly why I am willing to not sell a single fucking print on my print store ever again, to treat my prints with the level of dignity that they deserve. And when I go to the convention, I'm going to be more expensive than basically everybody else there. And that's okay. That's okay. Dan, do you have an idea for the sponsorship character? Just get an idea if it's feasible of an idea. For sure, dude. I probably won't be able to get back to you this weekend, but I'll hit you up. Yeah. All I'm saying is you're not being a good businessman because your margins are shit. I would agree with that in its entirety, but the thing is, the print store has always been a passion project, because honestly, Koi, if I was to really say like what the best business decision would be to do, it would be to allow a service like Imprint to take care of your prints. That because we're already talking about a poor business model, in my opinion, that then it would be better to do like something completely different. So it's like poorly doing something that's already a suboptimal idea is, to me, just like a double negative. It kind of cancels itself out. This was never a business venture to have a print store. It's always a passion project. But I mean, whatever, it's technicality. You're still right. It's just that's the reason why, is because I wasn't treating it like a business venture. I was treating it like a passion project, which it is. But at the same time, that I'm failing it as a passion project by not giving it the respect it deserves. And when I make a limited print, and when I sign that shit with myself, and when I package it myself, and when I send it to somebody, and I don't compromise on quality of paper and all this kind of other shit, and I LARP as a real artist, that at that point in time, I need to start treating my product like that. Okay, well, glad I figured that shit out. Yeah, man. If I lose customers or whatever, or clients or whatever, that's okay. Because I can appreciate what I'm doing then on a higher level. Oh, it feels good, man. I feel good about it now. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the refocusing. That was good, man. That was good. All right, back to drawing castle for Porcelain Legion, who's probably like, yeah, okay, yeah, man, get my fucking castle done, you piece of shit. I'm sorry. Need more first editions. I don't want these plebe commoner versions. Well, I have in my personal art locker multiple copies of every first edition of print that I've made. If there is a 13x19 print on my print store, Dark, I have copies of it as first edition. So I don't go into the vault, Dark, but if there's a piece that you really want, if you put an order in on the print store, I will send you the first edition variant, even if it's listed out of stock. Because I'm not going to print more first editions, but for some of them I have like what's the one that I have a bunch of? I have, for instance, like the Beacon of Novalia, this one. Nobody bought it, and so I think I made like 5 first editions of this, and I'm pretty sure I only sold 1. So I have 4 first editions of the Beacons of Novalia. Right? In 13x19. So how much you want for the upgrade? Don't worry about it. If you put an order in for a 13x19 print, I have extras of basically every single 40, or are you doing 80 or now, right? So I'm probably gonna up my price on these pieces on the print store to probably 65, somewhere around that, for the 13x19s in general. But as I said, I'm happy to honor these prices because that's what the print store is at right now. So I'm happy to honor them. I'll be changing them in preparation in time for the convention, but that's what the print store is now. So, you know, the only one that just real quick, the only one that I think I don't have first edition for is the only print, and there is only one print that I do not have first editions for, that I'm completely fucking sold out and gone for, is Amelia Hearthwood. This is the only piece. This is the only piece that the first editions are roasted and toasted gonzo, finished. That's the only piece that I know I don't have at least 2 first editions of in my art portfolio. I only have the one that I made for Ella, and then all the rest were bought by people who are insane. And I can't make any more of them, unfortunately, because that's the way a first edition works. It's the way it works, dog. Top Clipper badge? Wait, that's actually a thing. You're hilarious. Because I'll buy a few of the add more money to my cart to pay the actual value, aka $20 commission print. You're ridiculous. You're ridiculous. The cards aren't even out. What are you doing, dog? What are you doing? I went downstairs to get new water like a half hour ago, and I left it down. Fuck, god damn it! I was too busy LARPing with my my print store haul to remember to bring my goddamn water up. Okay, give me a sec. So glad to support. You'll never see words like that from me unless I'm fighting meanies in your YouTube comments. God, you're such a Chad Legion. Okay, give me a sec. Let me actually get my water. You know what the worst part is? You know what the worst part is? I'm gonna private the video and delete the clips. And no one will believe you. Okay, I'm back. I got my water. Okay. Okay. All right. Close back on. All right. Okay. Okay. Normally I tell people no cities, but it's kind of important for this one. Decided to do it. Okay, dog. Yeah, there's nothing in there. You ate them all. Okay. Because the Necromancer likely has the entire record of everything ever said or done on your channel since he started watching you. Jeez. Jeez. Imagine. Is that a threat though? That's a good point actually. Yeah, maybe that isn't a great threat. Okay, Yuna, there's no more. Jeez, dog. Puppy. Yuna goes crazy for a couple of foods. Peas is one of them. And our vet basically said give your dog as many peas as she wants. She just wants to eat peas all day. Hey, man. Obviously, they do have calories, but still. She wants like a bowl full of peas, bro. Isn't stream unless I sniped at least one time. Oh, yeah, you got, man. That was you? I just saw somebody got timed out. Oh, yeah, it does say odd entities. She's precious. She's something. Yeah. More La Goblina than precious, but you know, hey, I appreciate that you appreciate her. She's less cute than you'd think. Yeah. Whole lot more La Goblina. Alright. Let's get a castle done, bro. Just googled if peas are safe for dogs. It's not in moderation. Always worries me. Yeah, I mean, peas are... So, peas and carrots and cucumbers, she really loves them. The in moderation thing is definitely true. Too much fiber is like not great for your dog. But you can definitely give them, especially frozen peas. You know, loves frozen peas. She also loves peas in the pea pod. She will crack them open, eat the peas from the pod, and then spit the pod out. It's actually kind of incredible to watch. It's actually kind of intense. There aren't very many vegetables a dog can't have. There's a couple, you know, like avocado, asparagus, things like that. They're pretty good with most vegetables. You could feed your dog like real food, like for not too much money. Yuna has a bit of a baby stomach, so when she eats things other than her, like her fucking high-end bullshit kibble, like when she eats raw or like wet food or whatever, it gives her a bad time. And when she has a bad time, I have a bad time because I have to clean up the bad time. So she eats kibble, but we try and introduce as much like real vegetables and stuff as we can here and there. It's just like really meat that she has a big problem with being real. Vegetables she's fine with. Didn't know goblins aren't precious? That one isn't. Chinese thing is spinach, really? A dog that picked cherry tomatoes off the bush. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Wasn't expecting a bunch of other buildings in view, maybe some silhouettes, so I appreciate it. Nah, dude, we're gonna do this right for you. You said in a city, alright? And I did some compositions and some studies and some things and whatever. I went a little bit, you know, over scope on it. I hope you don't mind, but no, dude. I hope that we can get something that really like fits for the veil, as it were. Someone who has 8 fiber bars at one point when I was younger. Too much fiber is bad. Right? Yeah. Yeah, it's a bad time. That's a bad time, dog. Yuna's trying her best, man. You know my dog has like food restrictions. She actually can't eat grains. She's unironically celiac. She has to eat special food and shit because of it. Ugh, her food is so expensive. It's like unironically fancy food for fancy rich dogs. But I have a fancy rich dog, but I'm not a fancy rich owner. This doesn't work out, does it? This doesn't, yeah, this doesn't, oh man. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. We're gonna have a little cityscape in the background here. I gotta get better at doing fantasy cityscapes too. So I'm gonna take this as practice. And I think it'll look pretty cool in the process video too. You buy cat food? Oh no. Does your cat require fancy cat food? Like my dog requires fancy dog food? Cousin fed her dogs organic peanut butter in their toys because the regular one was out of stock and now they only want their organic? That's funny. That's hilarious. They got expensive taste now, man. Yeah, I've heard that before. They know somehow. They know. How do they know? Okay. The bottom part needs to be some city bullshit. And then our top bit here. This kind of thing's so much easier to paint, but I'm not a painter. Come on. You think I'm that good? Holy. It took me 40 hours to paint something, or the last thing I painted for Eldara. Can you believe that shit? One day I'll be a real artist. And sell my gallery grade fine art prints to nobody at conventions. Get asked to do free run art. I'm actually also changing the way that I display my prints to give them a little bit more, you know, dignity's the right word, but focus and attention. Rather than just the splash of art all over that you see at a lot of conventions. The sheer quantity of overwhelming art. You know what I really want to avoid is the art hole. I don't want to be stuck in an art hole at a convention. You guys know what the art hole looks like. Over dog's sense of taste is stronger than a human's. I never thought dogs to ask before. Gravitas? Yeah. Every month, 100 plus for food, 70 plus for litter? Really? God damn, that's a lot for food, actually. Yuna is probably around there for food. And then Yuna's big expense every month is her health insurance. It's like $100 or more than that, I think. Doggy health insurance, super worth it. Unbelievably worth it. But also expensive as ever living shit, man. What's the art hole? Oh, so if you ever go to a convention and you see, so you got a table, right? And they've got like their little banner and it's like kawaii art, right? And they got like stands of like keychains and whatever else, and they've got like the big thing above, right? And they've got like 1 billion prints, right? On like just stacked. They've got like 4 billion prints, okay? Not behind them. This is like at the front of the table, right? They got prints on the side and they hang prints down. So they just keep adding prints and adding prints and adding prints and adding prints. And they have stuff like on here that's like prints on the table, and they keep adding prints, and then you've got more prints hanging. And then just all you see are 2 little dots of a little artist, right? That's the art hole. And I actually unironically think it's super bad. I really, really do believe that interaction is a phenomenal way to sell to people. And convention artists that talk to people and engage people as they're walking by always do so much better. Like if you're an antisocial like little art kid and you just want to go to convention, put up your entire splatter of art in front of people, and they just come over and they walk by and they might buy something or not, that's great. But the difference between people in the art hole versus people that have like a table, they've got some art on it, you know, and they're sitting there, or ideally standing. Ideally they are standing, and they might have some stuff that's like higher up, but then they've got like prints behind them, you know? So that person, they're like their AoE sort of like range of interaction is the entire space in front of their table and then some, versus the art hole. Your AoE range is like that. You have to be interacted with if you're in the art hole, but you as the artist on a table like this can interact with whoever you want. So it's also a different style of like how you want to, you know, vibe with people. But I've noticed a couple things at conventions is that if you are willing to talk to and interact with people, you actually do a lot better. There were guys beside me that were selling books at Edmonton that got so many fucking sales because like the guys would talk to people. They were personally talking to people as they're walking by. People walking by, they'd be looking at things, and you know, dude would be like, "Hey, do you like hot werewolf men in your books?" And they're like, "What?" And they have a conversation for a minute, and then they buy something. And I saw infinite artists of this variety barely making table, and I saw artists of this variety crushing it. You know, also big difference between sit stand. My convention, listen, I've done a lot of conventions with Ella, and I've noticed that whenever I'm doing Blackwood Dice, Ella's table is always very open, and when I talk to people more, Ella gets a ton more sales, a ton more. And so I'm treating my own table the same way this year, because last year I had to do, like for Edmonton Expo, I had to have a big like art board here because I didn't have my like setup or whatever, so I had to have a big art board, and then I had my Eldara thing here, so I was like here, so my AoE range was like this, so I was inadvertently in the art hole. Not obviously as bad as like if it was like whatever, but I was in the art corridor, and the art corridor is not good either. So this year I have my table will look something like this. I'm gonna have 2 sort of blocks, and one thing is gonna go up high with some art prints on it, and then I'm gonna have my keychains and stuff right here, and I'm gonna have my Eldara sign right here, and then I'm gonna have this entire area, and then I'm gonna have art prints like here, kind of like laid out on the table in front of me on little stands or whatever, so I can actually like talk to people and stuff about Eldara. And then I'm also gonna have a really big I got a 6-foot banner printed that is the Realms of Eldara ring, so I'll have that for behind me, and I'll be able to put other signs on like in the future of like, you know, when the project launches or whatever. So it's kind of me like transitioning from Evan Blair art to the Realms of Eldara thing, and then a front banner that is the banner that you guys know from last year. So I think it'll do well. I hope it'll do well. I'm really hoping that I actually do well this year. But part of it is I'm wanting to be as open as I can, and not closed off and stuck in the art hole. I don't think that's very good for my style either. only stand, but it super sucks at the end of the weekends. Feetsies pains. Totally. Yeah, it's barbaric to stand for like a 4-day convention, and yet stand we must, you know? Can't stand for a long time, but a taller stool and chair wouldn't be a bad idea. You know what? Great idea. The point is, the closer you are to eye height, the better. So a taller stool or chair is actually a fantastic idea for how to, like, art con, you know? Not only customers, it depends too, because some folks are so shy, even when you say hi to them, they will literally run away and it's like a startled deer. But nowadays I just choose to smile and wave at them in case they are the type. A lot of anime fans are awkward AF. And you know what's funny? I totally buy that, and it's the exact opposite for D&D fans. So when I'm talking like at the table with Ella, I think I can, like, I try and like gauge someone's, you know, because like, you know, when someone's like kind of like withdrawn or whatever, if they just want to look and they're just sort of on their way by, it's like, okay, sure, you know, whatever, let them like sort of have their thing. You might say hey to them, whatever, like, but most D&D players are usually like super willing to and encourage and reward sort of being engaged, you know. And it's awesome. So hopefully I can sort of get the same results with the people that might come in my table. But having done like 3 years of conventions with Ella at her table, no, it's so funny how different it is than for D&D fans. They walk up, man, and if you can ask them a question about what they're playing in D&D or some shit, oh boy, right? Like, a question I always love to ask people, it's always a really fun question. It's not just like a salesy question, but it's actually legitimately interesting, is I'll ask people if they're looking for a set of dice for a particular character. And you see people light up when they're like, no, but I have this bard, and they like, you know, it's awesome.
So you are getting a 2-meter high stool?
A 2-meter high stool. To be able to look you in the eye, Moose? No, I wouldn't imagine. I wouldn't even try. Are you kidding? Thanks for 100 bits, bro. Listen, there are some immortals among us that I can, you know, all I can do is cower and shy away from and hope to avert their wrath. So don't worry. I wouldn't think of it. We sit and they come near, we stand and interact. So I always find that's awkward. If you're sitting and someone stands up to interact with you, it feels to me, it always feels a little bit forced. Like, you see someone getting up to interact with you. I always find that that's a bit off-putting for me when I'm at a convention and I see someone sitting just chilling there on their phone, and then they're or not off their phone or whatever, and then you come to the table and they're like, oh hey, how's it going? It's like, sure, but there's a bit of a difference between that than being greeted by somebody. So I still think it's super important to be like active and standing and whatnot, and be there or whatever when somebody is approaching your table. I think I've personally noticed that there's a big difference between the vendors that do that versus the vendors that don't. Like, in some ways, I might go so far as to say that sitting is like a death sentence at a convention if you're vending. But I don't know. Ella does, you know what? No, fuck this shit. Ella does better than every dice maker at every convention that she goes to. Not just because of the product, because we know what we're doing and put our hard work into it. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna take some authority for a second. Kidding, man. I do think that it helps though, but you know, I don't know, man. Green people stand up, it's not interacted with. Right. Yeah. What's a green dragon check? A green dragon check. Oh boy. There's a lot of lore behind it, but basically if you do the green dragon check, redemption, then you roll a D100 in chat. If you get a 100, I draw a green dragon for you. I stop whatever I'm doing and I draw a green dragon for you. Sometimes it's a 2-hour long process of me drawing a very in-depth, beautiful green dragon, and sometimes I draw Trogdor the Burninator and make it as scuffy and shitty as I can while I tell a story of the green dragon check. And only the winners know, so... When I had stools in my auto parts store, customers would sit for an hour just to talk. Oh yeah. Yeah, if it's on the customer side, the stool is ooh man, that's dangerous, right? That's real bad. It reminds me of the game store. That, Moose, the word in the game store that we would use for that is they barned. They barned you for an hour. That is short for barnacling. They just stick onto the side of the desk and just stay there for an hour. Haven't seen Trogdor in a bit? Exactly. So redeem at your own discretion. Redeem at your own discretion. Culture differences because our sit then stand is so normal? Maybe. I don't know. That could be a cultural difference, Sleepy. That also could be an insane amount of cope. And I have no idea, so... yeah, I don't know, man. Do whatever's comfortable, I guess. We're gonna find L's dice. Oh, at blackwooddice.com, right there. Actually, thank you, Thorkin. Right there at blackwooddice.com. Ooh, pretty. Dude, damn. You guys need to chill out. You guys need to chill the fuck out. She doesn't have any fucking dice in stock? Oh, yeah, okay. She has a couple sets. Cherry blossoms, stuff like... Oh, yeah, okay. Ooh, look at the pretty dice. The Royal Ward. Wow. Or at conventions. Ella's shop has been plundered. Who the fuck plundered Ella's shop? Holy man. I mean, thank you for the support for her dice, but good God, you guys. I guess she needs to do a shop update soon, so. All right, sick. Cool. If you had coffee, they were sitting there most of the day. Oof. Are those coin/D2s? They are, yeah. Ella's sets. So Ella's sets are pretty cool for two reasons. Well, for a couple of reasons. I'll show you an example. The Blackwood dice set I use. A new set, dog. Oh, it's my vintage Blackwood dice. A new set, vintage set. This is a new set. All right, check it. Okay. I get to talk about one of my favorite things in the world. That's Ella's sets. Okay. So Ella's sets are bigger than normal dice. Okay. So that is a D20, and it's about 20% larger than normal sets. The D2 coin has the Blackwood dice logo on one side, the one on the other, and her sets also come with 2 D20s for advantage. So, yeah. Yeah, they're a little larger than normals. I don't want to sound offensive, but is it worth the price? It's absolutely worth the price. 100%. Yeah, the amount of time and effort Ella puts into her dice. She has dice that are above and beyond every other resin dice maker. It's not even close. And I have lots of friends that are resin dice makers. The amount of time Ella spends hand polishing her sets to get the kind of finish she does in them. The fact that she double casts certain sets, like that's a double cast. It makes the difference. And it might not be worth the price to you, but Ella does very well. Her price point is accepted whenever she makes sets. They basically blow it online almost immediately. She's stuck for commissions all the time. So yeah, definitely, you know, all the people who buy Blackwood dice think it's worth the price. And like the justification, like I'm happy to justify why my art's expensive or my commissions are expensive or why Ella's dice are expensive. You know, it's absolutely a fair question. Is it worth the price? You know, the answer is when somebody, I guess I learned this as a graphic designer, when somebody says like, oh, your price is very expensive, a lot of people sort of go to the but, like, oh, they're expensive, but I think the best way to do it when you're a person that like really crafts and takes your trade seriously, it's always yes and. When somebody tells me like commissions, they're like you charge $1,000 for a painting, that's so much. I'll say yes and then I'll tell them why it's that expensive, you know. And for Ella, the reason why her dice are so expensive is because she the lengths that she goes to get her finish and polish and her the quality of her dice. She made the decision at some point in time, instead of making dice that were sort of like more mass produced kind of thing, she wanted to make dice that were the highest end dice that she could possibly make. And if she sold less dice because of that, and had a smaller market, obviously, because, you know, when your dice are expensive, they're harder to people to swing, then that's totally fine. But her market isn't like, she's not competing with Chessex. She's not competing with like mass produced dice. So if you want a great set of dice for $20 or whatever, like you can get them. But like Ella's dice, that's not the market she goes for. Her market is people that want sort of like very high end, very detailed, very beautiful, hand painted, ornate. Like her cherry blossoms here are all hand painted. She has to cast these dice multiple times to hand paint all over cherry blossoms. So it might not be worth that. It might not be worth it to some people, and that's totally fair, you know. But she is very busy, I guess. I'll just say. So I guess it's up to you, you know. I can't ever really, I mean, if you ask me, I'll always say that Ella's dice are worth the price. But whether or not it's worth the price for you, that's totally a personal decision. Crunchy, do not eat the dice, please. Do not eat the dice. That's not okay. You're not allowed to eat the dice. In fact, honestly, Ella needs to put a choking hazard warning in with the silicone dice, because well, y'all are weird. Yeah, y'all are weird. Charge $1,000. I know I can't afford. Wait, I know I can't afford my own work either. I can't buy my own commissions either. I mean, actually, that's not even a joke, Koi. How often do I do a Eldara character, right? For myself. If I'm gonna justify 40 hours on a character design, I have a hard time not doing it as a commission. Oh shit! Wait, you're right. I can't afford my own price either. Holy fuck! I couldn't buy my own. I can't buy my own art. Damn it! Oh god. Vanya, Atiash. Is that a Warcraft reference? Thank you, Vanya. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. The problem with Blackwood Dice is the whole website is sold out. Yeah. Yeah, actually true though, right? For real. Well, it is. Ella's been prepping for convention season, so that's why she hasn't done a shop update in a couple of weeks. So she uploaded more sets than she normally does for her last shop update, assuming that they would sort of like last up until the convention, and y'all said nope. So thank you for supporting Ella, by the way. For everyone who's purchased a set of Blackwood dice or whatever, it means the world to me, as Ella is my favorite thing in the world. But don't tell her. What's up, Donut? Good to see you. You're updating the website this week. Oh, for the expo. Calgary Expo destroyed. Calgary Expo did decimate your inventory. Yeah. That was awesome. Simultaneously unfortunate, but awesome. Hello, Ella. What's up?
I'm doing
a when? When?
Right now?
Nope. Set a time and date. You're a professional. You know when dice makers post that like pissy like, oh, I'll get to it soon bullshit, and then guys, my dog got sick, I forgot to do my shop update. You know, when's your shop update?
You can help me with those.
Date and time.
Can you help me tonight?
Probably not. Date and time, Ella. Date and time.
Tomorrow while I'm getting my hair done.
You're gonna update your shop tomorrow while you're getting your hair done.
Yeah.
So you're committing to that?
Yes.
What time?
It'll be up by 4 p.m.
Up,
I have to,
up by 4 p.m.
list each set individually, right?
Yeah, I know they're individual.
Yeah.
So you'll have a shop update done by
4 p.m.
By 5 p.m.
Geode sets will be up next because I won't have any geode for tonight.
Okay, so by 5 p.m. tomorrow you'll do a mini update.
Yeah.
And then geodes will be next week.
And cherry blossoms.
And cherry blossoms.
I have some cherry blossoms.
Okay, but the geodes is the one that people have been nagging at me about, so.
I'm making 16 geode sets right now.
Okay.
Over the next, 3 weeks.
Impressive.
And I need to save some for cons.
Yeah, you need to save some for cons.
But I will be uploading.
Okay. Alright. Ella Blackwood, man. There you go. The first Blackwood shop update of the convention season is apparently tomorrow by 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That is 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. 6 p.m. Mountain Time. And East Coasters don't know how time works, so we're not going to worry about Easter time. Require a nap? Say me too. Yet here I am. Have a great nap. Thanks for the raid again, Say. I appreciate you. Excuse me, kind dice lady. What are the chances of a D6 box? What do you mean by a D6 box, Aduria? How many D6s are in a D6 box? Because you know her dice are bigger, right?
I have my 12mm, but
I thought you didn't have any molds for them. You have molds? You have a D6 set? It's pink.
it's a silvery pink.
A silvery pink. Oh, okay.
And I have the mold.
Make pips. Yeah.
Okay.
Ella started getting requests from so the 40k nerds found her. Right? The 40k nerds found her. And they wanted pips on their dice instead of numbers. So I guess 40k nerds can only read pictures and don't actually know how to read numbers. Right? I'm kidding. No, they wanted pips because that's like standard in the hobby. So she actually made masters for pips as well for D6s. So she's done a couple of commissions. Somebody ordered like 50 D6s from her recently. Sorry, she just corrected me, 100. He ordered 50 and then he asked for 50 more. And he like specified the kind of like the paint that he wanted for the colors for the number or the pips. It's some like 40k fucking bone color or whatever with the red. It looked really cool. Anyway, I don't know. What circumstance would you need a D2? D2s are usually just used for decisions or dramatic death saves. So which way you want to go on a path, left or right, yes or no kind of things, pass fail. Some people like to dramatically use them for death saves though. Yes. I'll said they're included in her sets mainly because they look cool and they make her happy. They're like, that's the D2s are one thing that people always get so unreasonably excited about when they see she has D2s at conventions. Like the 2D20s, people are like, oh yeah, cool. You have a D2? And they freak out. And the D1, yeah. Yeah, the D1 as well. Yeah, that's right. I should include a D1 in my, oh my god, in my cards. I should include a D1. Oh, this is so good. It'll be a fucking sticker. Oh, I'm making D1s. I'm making D1s. Oh my god, I'm making D1s. I'm a 2D artist. I can make D1s. The heck is a D1? A ball? No, it'll be a sticker. So you just stick it to something, and anytime you just see what it rolls, you just slap it. It comes up 1 every time. Let's go, man. That's a perfect idea. That'll be my next April Fool's post for Ella next year that I make for her. Is that she's proudly making D1s now. Give us a D42? Jeez. Yeah, critical success and failure every time. Armory dice used to have a set of 18 six-sided dice in plastic case on a hanging car display. They also sold a plastic tube with 8 six-sided dice in them. I used to buy the Chessex ones. They're like a little box, like this. And they had like the little black thingy at the bottom. This is not a perspective box, leave it alone. And it was just divided with, I don't know how many D6s were in it, but I think it was like a 3x3 row. Right? Of just little D6s. And I'd use them for EDH counters and shit like that. So. But yeah, I need to know how many D6s Aduria you want. What's up, Drexia? D100? Yeah, I actually have a D100 golf ball as well. I still have mine from back in the ancient elder days of my earliest D&D career. I have my very first set of dice. It's incomplete. I lost one of them, but I actually have my very first set of Chessex dice ever. I love that set, man. My first intro to the hobby. My first dice ever. And then they became my lender set because I got cooler dice, right? And then my friend Yavuz lost one of them. And I just remembered that it was him that lost it. And now I'm pissed off. God damn it, Yavuz. Why did that memory just come back now? Shit. You gonna get those little boxes of 4 3x3 or 3 mini dice, D6s. So, what is that, like 12? Oh no, 4 3x3. Oh no, that's a lot more than that. Oh. 36 dice? Are they 36 dice? The little Chessex boxes? I think so. Yeah, Ella does make D6s of that size. They have pips though, not numbers. That for the current molds that she has. So I'm not sure if you wanted pipped or numbered dice. Or some shit, dog. I don't know. My original TSR package dice and a set of old alignment dice. The Elder Magics, I see. Yeah, I mean, I love old dice, dude. Old dice are certainly a vibe. The one set of dice that I wish I could have gotten was my grandfather's set of dice that he played D&D with. My stupid ass cousin yoinked all of my grandpa's D&D stuff. All his like first edition, AD&D, second ed bullshit. She yoinked it when he died. And I had no idea because I was too young. I asked her later, I was like, hey, do you still have this? And she's like, oh no, I sold it a while back. I was like, you hoe, I'm fucking mad. I was so pissed off. Bro. You yoink that shit only to sell it. That's a family relic, an heirloom. I would have bought it from her too. Grandpa played D&D? Yeah, man. I'm a third generation D&D player. My grandpa played D&D, my mom played D&D on that side. And I play D&D. I'm like the Luke Skywalker of disappointing hobbies. I am a D&D player, like my grandfather before me. Yeah, he had a gay kobold that he played for many years. Don't know much about my mom's D&D career. I know she played it when she was a teenager and stuff in like the 70s and shit. I don't know a lot about the specifics of how much she played. It was very excited and very encouraging when my friends and I started playing D&D. She had her stories to tell and stuff. Yep. He would be, dude, my grandpa was still alive. He would be so unbelievably excited about all the stupid nerd shit I do. Like, my grandpa would read Lord of the Rings every single year. You know, he played D&D. He was a massive Star Wars fan. He was a turbo nerd, man. An absolute turbo nerd. Never got to see my career path, though. So,
unlike the average Warhammer enjoyer,
right.
I am literate and have played Battletech, so I am capable of reading numbers. But pips are acceptable too. It's a square rectangle thing.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. You're a Battletech player? Wow. What's it like having a PhD? Yeah. Holy man. Got the house recently and I can't find my old AD&D Player's Handbook or DMG. I know I saw them in the last 10 years. I can't find them now. Sag? They're in a box somewhere. Do you have the kind like what class, like what subclass did your wife spec into? Did your wife spec into the subclass where she knows where you left everything? Because dude, that wife subclass is scary, right? You're like, where's this box from 13 years ago?
I had to calculate the curvature of the Earth in order to decapitate an Derby.
Damn, bro. Poor Earth, dude. That's, yeah. Wait, what? I mean, it is just an Irby, so. Which side of the trash can do you open? Thanks to 100 bits of Duria. No extra Sag? Ah, shit. Damn it. Yeah, Ella didn't take that subclass either. I was like, don't you want to spec a couple points into it? And she's like, in fact, I'm not even spec'd into the tree. And I'm like, wait, that means, she's like, I don't remember where anything is. It's like, damn it. I have that wife, she's master level wife. Your wife spec'd into knowing where you left everything? Bro, that's powerful. That can be bad though, if you want to, like, you know, hide some shit. Right? Like she'll find birthday gifts. You want to buy a birthday gift for her like 2 months in advance? Bro, you better keep that shit in a safe deposit box. So it's awesome. She could have met my grandfather who died before I was born. He reads Spencer, Milton, etc. I can't help but think he would have loved high fantasy. Yeah, well, I know what you mean. Yeah, my grandfather died way too young. So at least I got to meet him though. I was very young. But nah, that's true. It's an unfortunate, you know, they would have loved like seeing Lord of the Rings movies and shit and like the new generation. Talking about having nerds in the family, I inherited the D&D first edition book my dad played with, and it has the name of his character on the first page. I love that. That's amazing. The kids, I've gone with them at least one point, but they just shrug their shoulders and mumble, I don't know. Well, that's pretty good, you know? I guess that's maybe the standard interaction, right? She also knows where every stupid shit I ever did. She used it to tease me. Well... I mean, all you have to do is hide the Dojin commission prices from her. Tell her not to ask questions. Real question, what's your Battletech faction? My Battletech faction. Ooh. God, that's tough. So, let's get one thing straight, Thorkin. I'm not a clanner. Okay? But if I was... I ain't no smoke jaguar, no diamond shark. If I was a clanner, I'd be wolf or ghost bear. Okay? But it's if I had to play in clan space. My Battletech faction. Is unpopular. See, I like Davion. I like the Federated Sons. I enjoy the lawful good alignment that like 4 of them have. I'm also a Razzlehog fan. You catch me with that Razzlehog going on, I'm there. Why does my camera keep blurring? What the fuck? Camera, hi. One more light in here. Here we go. But if I were maybe a little bit smarter, I wouldn't go with one of the great houses. You might find me playing the villain. The Space Wizards. Comstar, that's right. He's a filthy Comstar player. Oh. Say what you will. It feels good to be on the winning side. But to be honest, I'm not even about Comstar that much. Nope. Merc factions only. For me. Wolf's Dragoons. Great choice. But at the end of the day, call me a Highlander. Call me a Highlander. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Visitors, how exciting.
What's up, Robbie? Good to see you. Hello, Robbie, what's your Battletech faction of choice? Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. How was stream? Hello, friends. Hello. Hope y'all enjoyed your time. I know you enjoyed your time over at Robbie's stream. Guys, if you aren't following Master Dungeon Master Robbie Landis, you definitely should fix that. So, yes, we were talking about like hobbies for 49-year-old balding men. And after we briefly washed past World of Warcraft, we talked about Warhammer 40k. But the thing is, we were talking about literate 49-year-old balding men, and so obviously Battletech came up. Boy. Okay, I'm done. Good to see you, man. Hope your stream was good. Hope your stream was swell. Whatever y'all were doing over there. Again, guys, if you're not following Robbie, and you like any of the D&D shit that I talk about, man, oh man, you will enjoy your stay over there. Please go drop a follow. And welcome everybody from Robbie's chat. We're doing some castles for this little request sketch today for someone who needs a castle for their D&D game. And she put in a request for a castle on... I can't use this, by the way, Salesian. I wish I could use this art. I cannot use this art for an example for anything, unfortunately, because this is going so far above and beyond the scope of what I'm going to be willing to do for these sketches that I'm doing this as a passion project and of appreciation, adoration for you. I went all the way. But I can't use this as an example because this is way more in depth than those sketches are supposed to be. So don't tell anyone, please. I'm not literate, and you play Battletech though? Holy shit, you must have a PhD then. Yeah. 40k players, the reason we said 40k players weren't literate because my wife makes dice. And recently she took a bunch of commissions from the 40k community, and they said they all wanted pips on them instead of numbers. And when asked why, they said because 40k players need pictures on their dice, because they don't have pictures, they won't know what they rolled because they can't read. So fair enough, I guess, you know, right? You can't use them. Slowly reaches out, taking the art. Oh shit. Oh wait. Yeah, right. Just yoink. Wouldn't want it to go unused. Yeah. Can't use it as an example for future projects. I can't use it as an example, I said. Oh man. Damn it. Got God again. We're going to dice making, but I live in an apartment, so it'd be hard to get a workspace for it. Yeah, it is hard. Ella and I live in a but a smaller place, and basically we don't have the ability to entertain in our house because we have the eating side of our home and then the dice making side of our home downstairs. So I totally understand. Yeah, because Ella has like her desk behind me that she does her software shit at and plays games, but then you guys haven't seen our downstairs ever, where yeah, it's basically like dining table and dice making. That's about it. We can't host people or things, and our friends back when we had real IRL friends in our city and whatnot would be like, bro, why do you never have people over? Why do you not host anything ever? Like, because we don't have any room. We don't have like a living space for people, for millennials to drink expensive LaCroix and White Claws while sitting around and playing pretentious board games like Catan. This is back in 2014 when Catan was a pretentious board game. No, it is basically just a workspace. So I totally understand. It is when people underestimate the sacrifice of space required for dice making, oh boy. and all the safety equipment you need. And oh my God, like when Ella's pouring dice, I have to have this door closed and we have to air our house out before I'm like allowed to go downstairs. It is not for the faint of heart. 100%. Not even for the faint of heart, not even for the reasonable adults that need their space for literally anything. Unless you have like a garage. If you have a garage, you're good, but we definitely do not have a garage, so. As an old 40k player, can confirm extreme stupidity. Damn, bro. You need those pictures on there to read them numbers? You just associate the word with the pips and you know how to say that much? Well, maybe you need to color code the pips for orc players so they know if it's good or bad. Many dot better than no dot. Oh, few dot bad. Daka 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 daka. The redder, yeah, right? Yep, More dakas. So I used to be with my wife at houseplants. Then we converted the shed to a grow room. It's been much more roomy. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. I feel that. That's reasonable. I don't Yoik had been working on this campaign for ages. No, I just mean I can't use it as a reference for other like art installation. I'm happy that we're gonna get something hopefully useful for you, but I was hoping to do my first couple of like location requests and really be able to use those as examples. Definitely fucking can't. Unless I do and then just up the price substantially. So maybe I'll do that instead. Kutia. Wait, Kuta. Sorry, I made Kutia the other day. V Kuta, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, my friend. Honored to have you. Not Ukrainian wheat porridge. Got it. Actual name. Painting orcs right now? Salacious. I still haven't painted my Grey Knights. I got them for Christmas, and I have most of the paints I need for them. I still haven't found time to paint them, and I need to. After GameCon and conventions and things are done this year, so my goal is going to be to take August off. I'll still be live, by the way. I'm streaming every day normally in August, but I want to get off stream every day in August and not do shit. I don't want to have commissions. I don't want to have Eldara. I don't want to have shit. I've been trying to take a month of work off outside streaming since 2022. And I always keep putting it off. And this year, I think I'm going to set up my painting stuff for my Grey Knights. And I think I'm actually going to paint them out this August. If I can get everything done in time and be on top of everything. Go look more for dinner. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Bye, chat. Dude, guys, remember, follow, give Robbie a follow. Seriously. I mean it, bro. That's a threat. Thanks, Lord Robbie. Appreciate it. Thanks for the raid, bro. Maybe I will use this as an example and then just do more in-depth locations. Maybe that's what I'll do. That could work. Because I have more fun doing stuff like this. Where we spend hours doing design work and bullshit and then come to stream and... Scope be damned, right? Either way, I really hope this works for your game. Really, really hope it works. Want to see if you did any sculptural painting. Grey Knights are awesome. Love to see. Yeah, I mean, so I'm also challenging myself with these Grey Knights. I'm not going to use any metallic paint. To prove a bit of a point that like artistic painting skill can translate over to miniatures. So I think a lot of miniature modeler painters get a bad rap for it not being like art because you're not actually painting. You're basically like painting by numbers. Now, I do agree that if you want to be called if you want to be called an artist and you're painting minis, mix your own colors, you coward. But that's just a hot take that I don't actually care about. But I think that whenever I see miniatures that really blow me away, they're minis that people are doing things like non-metallic metal and they're blending colors and doing some airbrush stuff. They do a lot of art, like very cool artistic techniques that really show off painterly technique and ability. You know, things like just washes and shit like that. Like, that's fine. Again, it's a hobby. It's supposed to be fun, but I really want to approach these like paintings, and that's why I chose something that's a smaller faction that has more room for that. I think Grey Knights are maybe one of the better ones that have more room for that. So we'll see. I also like the lore of Grey Knights. I think they're really cool. So I have a whole bunch of them. I really wanted to paint Grey Knights and Sisters, and who the other ones? Custodes. I like those. I want to build like an ultra like Giga Chad Imperium like collection. Maybe some Inquisitors too, or something. I don't know. I like it. I recently finished some my first 40k books, and I really liked them. I really had fun reading them. So maybe I'll find some Grey Knight books next and see about that. Scope creep is really allowing yourself to be creative, right? Yeah, scope creep on this project and on a lot of character portraits is just unreal for me. The problem is I have to like be responsible if I'm like also doing, you know, work for people and doing them as like commissions and stuff. I have to really be careful. The scope creep is one thing, but getting behind on client projects and shit like that is like pretty bad for me. If I let myself go deep on a project, I'll go way too deep into it. And if I've already quoted a client like something or whatever, I'm obviously not gonna like be like, hey man, I actually spent like 4 hours longer on this thing, so it's an extra $200 for you. Like, obviously not. And it's often like, hey, yeah, so I spent 13 hours doing like designs for your character's cat, by the way. They're like, I said he had a familiar. I didn't say he had to draw the familiar, though. Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. Well, anyway, here's 3 pages of cat designs with armor and shit. Paint Sisters for a friend earlier this year. They're so fun to paint. Yeah, specifically, I really want to paint the sisters with the jetpacks because they remind me of Reapers from StarCraft 2. Yeah, yeah. Gracie to preserve as much as possible the fantasy vibe against GW's assault in the rules against anything psychic magic. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like the aesthetic of them too. Like, I like the Dark Templars or Black Templars, Dark Angel. I basically like any of the sword using, you know, Space Marines or whatever. I know it's weird, but I like any sword using Space Marines. So I have a what's the fancier dreadnought called? I have a is it a venerable dreadnought? I think I have a venerable dreadnought that I'm gonna paint up as a Grey Knight, which I think they stopped making, actually, if I'm not mistaken. I'm really butthurt about that shit, but at least I got one. You know, the Bloods, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Love your stuff. Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I'm honored. Seriously. That made my day, bro. Thank you. Reapers? Yeah, they're so cool, hey? I also have, when I worked at the game store for years, we had a guy who was our GW guy. So we do all of our ordering and stuff. This was back when Forge World was its own thing. And he would, and I worked with another guy who was basically a giant 40k head. The only reason he worked at the game store, he made a fuckload of money at his job at a different like company or whatever, and then he came and worked here on the weekends and the evenings in the game store because he loved it. So he basically converted all of his in-store like money that he made to just back to store credit. He got paid in store credit entirely, and then he bought GW stuff with that 40k. And so every once in a while, our GW guy would come up and be like, hey man, do you want, like, you know, putting in orders, anything you want from this or whatever, or like, hey, I can get some of this or that, or Forge World or whatever, do you want something? And every once in a while, because I had a ton of store credit because I bought and sold and traded magic cards on the side, in addition to where I worked at the game store, and I made the game store a lot of money doing that, but it meant that I racked up a fuckload of in-store credit. So every once in a while, you know, my friend Andrew, he'd look at me, he'd be like, hey, you want one of these? And I'm like, do I? And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna put you in for an order. These like never come up on, like these are never out, so I'm gonna order you one. And I'm like, okay. And then every once in a while, the GW guy would come over and he'd be like, here you go, Andrew, here's your whatever things, and here you go, Evan, here's your this. And I'm like, neat, what did I get? And he's like, that is a Ravarna or a Riptide or something. So I have like a shitload of giant battle suits for the Tau from the old Forge World stuff, which I think you can just buy like the kits now because they merged Forge World with 40k. And then I also have some Primarchs, some of like the really fancy, like I think I have Vulcan and Abaddon or something, I don't remember, but from like the old Forge World stuff. But I have a ton of Tau, of giant Gundam Tau that I can build as well if I want to. I might do that at some point in time, but I decided to start with the Grey Knights because they're smaller and more approachable for me. I like mini painting. I think it's fun. I think it's dope. Dude, wait, what?
Thank you.
Wait, for what? 300 bits, dude. That's a lot of bits. What the hell? Thanks for the 300 bits. I appreciate it. Holy shit, dude. Thank you. That's very kind of you. What the fuck, man? That's way too generous. I don't deserve that. Had a trio of Marines on bikes and painted them cartoonish like Borderlands. Oh, that's cool. With like hard lines and stuff like that, and like kind of panel or cell shading. That's dope. I like that. Yeah, man. I really like the modeling hobby. I will say though, the modeling scene and hobby has one black spot on it that I can't get over. And that is, and I don't hold the whole hobby responsible for this, but I will say that in my 5 years of streaming, the dumbest thing that has ever been said in my chat was from somebody from the modeling scene. And I've tried to move on, I've tried to forget about it, but it lives rent-free in my head. I got raided one day by a mini painter who's in the modeling scene. Super nice dude. You know what? I love people who are in the modeling scene talking to me as an artist because they're all so like excited about art and creativity and stuff. And this person rated me and introduced themselves, and I became a fan of theirs. I'm like, man, this is so cool. Your stuff is so great. You're so rad. This one person in their chat, she introduced herself as, you know, whatever, and talked about blah blah blah, and you know, and she loved sisters, and you know, it was the whole thing. And I was talking about like artistic technique, and sometimes I will say sometimes miniature painters do get a little defensive. They like to try and like, you know, consider themselves like painters or whatnot, like oh yeah, you went to art school, yeah, I'm a painter too, I paint minis. And you're like, okay, sure, like whatever. Like again, understandable, because you get shit on sometimes as not being artists, but at the same time it's a bit different to paint you know, straight from the fucking like onto a canvas than it is minis. It's just a different whatever, and sculpture painting, you know. But this person was a bit defensive. Like I'd bring something up or whatever, and then it'd be kind of like I'd bring up like a painting technique, or I'd be like, yeah, you know, I want to use a brush with a lot of texture. And then they'd be like, yeah, people think that you make texture on minis, and like a total who asked kind of shit. At one point I was painting somebody asked me how to paint metal, and I was showing them a tutorial for how to paint it, and I was talking about highlights and how like the curvature of metal, and like you want to paint reflections and whatnot. And she said, I don't get it. It seems so dumb that that you can't use metallic paint in Photoshop. I said, well, you know, there's no such thing as metallic paint. Like that doesn't exist. You can paint metal, and like, this is how I'm doing it. Let's show you. You paint metal. And she said, I know, but it's dumb that you spend so much time doing that. I don't know why they don't just they don't make metallic paint like they do for like Citadel or whatever guns, you know, blah blah blah. And unfortunately, that's the dumbest thing anyone's ever said in my chat. That's the dumbest unironic thing, like wonderance, ponderance, whatever. People have said some stupid shit. People said some rude shit, some mean shit. That's the most honest, dumbest thing anyone's ever said to me. And I try not to judge my modelers, my mini painters, my hobbyists by that one person, but I will admit, every single time somebody from that community raids into me and I find out they're painting minis or whatever, or anything like that, I just do have this like mimetic sting in the back of my head from that person. A chill runs up my spine. Anyway, I thought we were talking about 3D modeling. Oh no, sorry, I was talking about like, I refer to the 3D modeling more as the 3D sculpture side of things, but yeah, it's probably terminology gets messed up. Modeling, I think everything from like making models to painting minis, I guess. So my bad, I should have clarified. There's something that went to school and people act superior because they know how to mix colors instead of like showing people. Oh sure, yeah, and like that's the thing is that like yeah, is it I like mixing my colors because I just don't want to buy a lot of paint, but the part of the necessity of it is if you're painting an entire army, you want to buy the correct purple as opposed to trying to mix it every time. So, you know, when I make jokes about learning to mix your fucking paints, it is in fact a joke because of that. She mean like glittery paint? I'm confused. No, she meant like why can't I just like why do I like because I was painting like she was like basically saying like asking me why they don't make it so that when I paint a gray in Photoshop or whatever, that why isn't it metallic? Right? And I'm like, oh, you just like paint in the metallic, you know, you just like you know, you just do some like core lights and whatnot, and then right some, you know, and then you just do your fine highlights here, and then you know you just keep rendering it out, and eventually you get something that looks like it's reflecting light, and right, and you just keep going, man, and you just paint it out, eh? You know, and then you just paint some of the reflective whatevers, and you spend like 3 more hours doing this, and then you get metal. And the assumption was that that there was some flaw in the digital tool, that you couldn't just like color in some guy and boom, it's metallic just like you do. Like that's an ultra cooked like that is a spent too much time drinking the fucking miniature painting Kool-Aid type take. That one gets me. That gets me. And I try not to blame the whole community for it, but I just can't help my brain kind of reminding me whenever we talk about mini painting. There's that too. So we try already to beat that, but we can't do it. Yeah, that's true. You guys keep trying to outdo it. Like, okay, boys, we're gonna get the dumbest thing Evan's ever read in chat today. Quick, somebody start talking about Huion canvases and iPads. Shit, damn it, he's not biting today. Okay, somebody have an opinion on anime that Evan doesn't like. Ah, damn it, he's not biting today. Crap. Ah, man. I know. Somebody tell him that he should bring fan art to the convention. There we go. We're almost there. If only there's a metallic tool for drawing software, would be so heavy. Already something in 3D. Oh, and yeah, and 3D texturing for that stuff is absolutely, yeah, 100%. You know? But for actual, like, sort of painting in, like, a digital classical sense, oof. That ain't how it works, my guy, my friend, my dude. I think, I don't remember the conversation exactly because I think I was just so checked out, but I think they made like a judgment on how there wasn't metallic paint in, like, or why they don't make metallic oil paint either or something like that. For like canvas stuff or whatever. I don't know. They had lost the right for me to pay attention to what they were talking about. So I think I was just waiting for them to leave at that point in time because I didn't want to ban them. I never wanted to ban somebody for being dumb. Because, hey, man, people, you got to learn, right? We all say dumbass shit sometimes. We all say some stupid ass shit. You never want to other somebody for saying that. You can like joke about it a little bit, have a couple of laughs, but you don't ever want anybody to feel othered or exiled for having a dumb take. I say that fully aware that I refuse to play D&D with my friend who said that Star Wars Episode 8 was objectively the best Star Wars. And I did realize that I ended our D&D game because of that. So maybe I'm a little hypocritical, okay? Maybe I did judge and other and exile somebody for having a bad opinion. But I feel like it's understandable, right? I feel like that one people can empathize with me, and at least it's like, what would you do in that position? You spend all this time writing a deep D&D campaign about archetypical fantasy, and you have somebody who thought that Canto Bight and that Luke Skywalker's development in Episode 8 was the best way they could have handled him. What would you do? Don't lie to me and say you'd keep playing D&D with that guy, okay? Don't you dare lie. Sounds fair, right? Pearlescent oils is serviceable and cheap. I never understood oil painters' objection about metallics. They're some of the best. So the problem with that is that they require light to work. And thus you are not painting the light that you see. You are using something that is requiring an external light source to create something that is not representative of the light source in the subject. It's like a photograph that you print on hollow foil film or I don't know, paper or whatever. You're not actually displaying the light and the colors that are actually in the scene. You're portraying them through. No, that's absolutely the point, is that you wouldn't ever use something like that in oils, because you're trying to paint a scene as it was lit to be intended. You're not using the shortcut of metallic paint that requires you to have a light source that reflects off of the metal. So, because imagine you're in a you're in a dark room or whatever, and there's barely any light on the canvas, and you're trying to paint a picture of a bright sunny day. So there's no difference between metal than any other texture in a painting. The metal is that you're painting, whether it's a spoon a character's holding or a suit of armor, is it is a vessel that ferries the scene to the viewer, just like anything else. So if you're ever gonna paint in, because that's all you're doing, that's all a painter does, that's all a painter really does, is paint light. And that's one of the things that changes your sketching, is when you decide that you're going to start sketching light instead of sketching form. And so the metallic is a way of quickly doing that for very small miniatures. It works very well for them if that's your jam. I much prefer non-metallic metal being painted for miniatures, but the use case is there. When it comes to actually painting a scene, you really are trying to capture a specific lighting, and you wouldn't be able to do that if with sort of, which people like to use, like foil and gold leaf and things like that, and pearlescent paints and whatnot. And it's very cool and fun, but it is ultimately gimmicky as far as like, it's neat, but it's not displaying what is there, right? So that's the reason why people don't use it in like oil paints or whatever. They should have just not butchered Jason and Jaina's solo storylines. Oh yeah. I don't know, man. I couldn't. I just wanted George Lucas's Star Wars 789, man. Was that too much to ask for, bro? Paint World War II aircrafts with the pearl. Yeah, right? Looks great. Wish I understood the Star Wars reference. How do I explain it to you in anime? Oh, fuck. How do I explain it to you in fucking Bollywood? Ugh. Let's see. Most famous Indian actor. Let's see. No, modern. No, serious modern Indian actor. Let's see. San Ruk Khan, am I saying that right? San Ruk Khan's worst movie. Worst films of San Ruk Khan. Let's see. We gotta explain this to Koi in Bollywood. Ram Jan. So this would be like you, Koi, having a friend who said that Ram Jan or John, I don't know how to pronounce this, is this guy's best, is Shah Rukh Khan's best film. Okay. This would be like a fur person saying, hey, let us talk about Indian cinema, and this I think is the greatest movie made. And you're like, haha, that's so funny. And they're like, no, I'm serious. And you're like, what? And they're like, yeah, I'm serious. You're like, oh, there's nothing we can have a conversation now about this. Like that is an opinion that is so bad that people say it ironically with the assumption that there's a chuckle afterwards. Oh, yes, that is what. Yeah. Okay. Now we're caught up. Now we're caught up. Lighting for 3D movies, the idea of painting light on minis is so true. I learned a lot from my job about painting minis and vice versa. Right, yeah, I mean, if you're trying to light a scene specifically, you know, like metal and metallic sort of like textures and things like that aren't necessarily going to work. But metallic textures, to be fair, work better in 3D modeling because you can change your light source more specifically. But obviously, like when it comes to a lot of like games and things like that, there is definitely a case to be made for textures that are painted textures as opposed to rendered textures. So again, it's the difference between like the reason why World of Warcraft armor looks so good years later is because they paint all their lighting in. That there's no metallic textures used on this character. It's all painted. Again, which is why Warcraft armor doesn't get as dated as heavily as like other games, where you can look at an old school World of Warcraft game because they paint the lighting onto everything. They paint the highlights, they paint the edge highlights, they paint all this onto it. They don't use metallic texture for like, they don't just slap metallic gold onto this. Look at the way that the gems are painted. So there's a you see a darkening in here as you're looking into the gem deeper, and you're seeing more of it without lighting on it. And then as the light catches the top of it, you see more of the gem's sort of natural color and facets, and you see the white highlights are painted on here to catch the actual edges, like you'd have for like you'd get for actual like gemstones. And so because you are painting your textures instead of rendering your textures, that's why it has a magic and a charm to it, as opposed to just slapping metallic, you know, texture onto, like a chrome texture onto your character, and then it gets wonky and weird lighting, because you can't control every lighting in every environment in a video game. You can control far more in film, but like in World of Warcraft, you have to kind of, or a game, you have to kind of like paint on the presumed lighting that just generally feels the most correct. And then you get that sense of really beautiful sort of artistic kind of, you know, style and flair or whatever, right? Like this is a flat texture. This lion's head right here is a flat texture, but it's painted as if it's being lit from the top down, because most lighting is going to be ambient. So you could even make a case for it in miniatures and stuff, right? Like Grey Knight's non-metallic metal. Like to me, where's an example? Is it? There is some metal in there. Yeah. Can't find examples. But I've seen some really beautifully made Grey Knights that are non-metallic. This is kind of that, I guess. There's a little bit of metallic shine there, but I think most of this is non-metallic, actually. You know, certainly all the gold is. Actually, you know what? This might actually not be just... I think maybe this just fooled me. I think this is non-metallic, actually. because of the way they're handling the golds, they wouldn't not handle the grays like this. Yeah, no, totally. Okay, yeah. So to me, the difference between this and this is this is painted by an artist. This is a hobbyist like tool, which is fine. And obviously, I'm not trying to be pretentious about this or whatever, but this to me is so much more interesting and will look better. And you think from a video game standpoint, it's more stylized and looks kind of cartoony, but it carries more intentionality, where the lighting on this guy is going to change depending on your lighting. Miniatures, it doesn't matter. So use your metallic paint on miniatures. It's what it's for. But when it comes to imagine this is like a large, like 6-foot character at a, convention, you'll get all this weird washing of light that isn't intentional, or this is a character in a video game. You'll have it move through an environment that's lit differently and you can't control it. So the whole like painting with non-metallics to paint metal is a way to control the light. And I think it looks cooler in this form too, but that's just a preference. There's nothing wrong with like there's lots of beautiful granites here we see with metallic, like that's not metallic again, with metallic metal painted in them. I'm pretty sure these are actually, yeah, beautiful paint jobs with the metallic sheen to them that are really nice. Doesn't mean like for mini paintings, it's totally valid. That's really beautiful too. This is non-metallic. It's just, they just use an airbrush for it. God, that's so wild, man. I'm gonna fuck this up when I paint my granites, bro. I'm gonna get dunked on. I'm gonna embarrass myself. Like saying RR is objectively a bad movie, I cannot talk to that person then. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yes. 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 Quite gets it. Gus Gaddle, because responsibilities, but now I'm really excited for the artwork thus far. It looks like a place I'd want to adventure in. Thanks a ton. I'll watch the rest of the stream later. Oh, absolutely, Legion. Thanks for chilling. I think I gotta get going pretty quick actually as well. I didn't realize the time. So sorry we didn't finish this today for you, Legion. Probably finish it on Wednesday, probably. Likely on Wednesday, because I likely won't be live again tomorrow. I forgot to mention that. So again, Tuesdays for the upcoming future, whatever, the next couple weeks, I'm gonna be missing some streams that are weird. I'm going to likely miss the next 2 Tuesdays again because I have to go to the hospital and get some stuff done to me. I get fucking stabbed in the side of the head. But I think the hearing treatment, I think it's working actually. I'm like, I think it's working, man. I hope it's working. But either way, to go get stabbed in the side of the head at the hospital tomorrow and right in the middle of my stream, and then I'll have other appointments on Tuesdays after that. Next week is going to be a real pain in the ass because I have to miss Tuesday because of my appointment, and then I have to miss Thursday, Friday because I have to go to GameCon Canada. So I'll be live next week, Monday and Wednesday, which is just the worst. So I have to miss a couple of streams coming up here. But we'll stream long on those days and they'll be awesome, dope streams. Print store is changing soon. If you guys want any fucking original print store prices, I guess. That's hilarious. The command just posted it right then as I was saying that. Patreon for June is going to be probably this piece. I wanted to get to it today. Ooh, this piece. We're gonna do the JRPG shit. So, and thank you for everybody who chilled out. Thank you for all the followers today from the raids and everything. Thank you for the raids as well. Thank you for the bits and the subs. I really appreciate it. I don't know what's going on with Twitch and the Plus program, so who the fuck knows? But maybe we go again and have to get another fucking 100 sub points. God damn it! I don't want to ask anybody to do that. The promo of the month for the tier 3s will be Darcerian the Dark Merchant. 99% sure I'm gonna do that. But I probably won't be live tomorrow. There's a very, very slim chance that if I get out of there and I feel okay, I might be live tomorrow. So don't write me off entirely. I might be live like an hour or two late tomorrow, if that's okay. When I get my shit, I don't want to get into it because people get squeamish with medical stuff. It messes me up. It didn't mess me up as much last week. So if I get home and I'm feeling pretty good, I might actually stream. So we might be live tomorrow. But thank you, Drex. You're the 100 bits, dude. Come on. No one deserve that, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Either way, I will guarantee to see you guys on Wednesday. I may see you tomorrow. But either way, I hope you have a phenomenal start to your week. Whatever you're doing this week, I wish you all the success in doing so. Anyway, love you guys. See you later. Until next time, my friends. Farewell.